Chapter 13. Fairy tales have been in our society since before magic spread across the world. They talk of dragons and fairies, unicorns and elves, dryads and kelpies, but few of those are known today. While we admit there are dragons, China proves that, and unicorns have been glimpsed, there's a great dissent when trying to decide if there are intelligent humanoid races in other realms. No one who has proof has ever come forward. History of Magic. "Kirlian!" I exclaimed, lunging at him, prepared to knock him away. Well, I'd used the memory stone Esmir had gifted me with. It had only been a few times. It was like living in someone's mind as they used magic, explaining what they were doing and how they were doing it. Every time I thought minutes had passed, I would open my eyes and find hours had disappeared. It was one of the reasons I didn't use it often. Both Esmir and Kirlian were confused as to why that happened. For them, it was usually only minutes. All I could figure was it took me so long to understand because our ways of using magic were so different. When he touched that stone, all I could imagine was him getting sucked into the memories and me losing him if I couldn't get him out. He moved so my lunge didn't touch him.
"You worry too much and have become too scared. Where is my fierce queen telling governments to take a flying leap and forging ahead following her own choices?"
He turned to look at me as he pulled back his paw.
"This is a memory stone from the Gorgons. I think it will be easier for you to use. They are more human in how they use magic than the Cath are."
He turned and walked out of the room, leaving me standing there, feeling unaccountably sad and bereft. I swallowed and picked up the stone and then walked out to the little balcony between the master bedroom and the study. Kirlian was nowhere to be seen. That didn't surprise me. Kirlian had opinions and could rarely be swayed by logic. Of course, he was also rarely wrong. While I knew he could lie, and did, especially if you asked him what happened to any fish in the fridge, he didn't exaggerate or care about the petty issues that seemed to be such a part of human life. But it meant when we really did have a fight, they tended to be cultural in nature. The last big fight had been over him threatening to kill a yappy, fuzzy dog. It kept attacking, biting at his feet when we took our evening walks. The dog's owner was a prissy Southern woman who felt Kirlian was unnatural. She refused to keep control of the dog, even though she had her fuzzbutt on a leash. I warned her, I asked her, I threatened her with the OMO, but she sniffed and said, "Poofy needs to show the world he's boss." 2 days later, Poofy lunged directly at Kirlian, and he lost his temper. In one move, Kirlian slammed the ball of fur down as if he was about to kill it. The quivering dog lay at his feet in a puddle of his own urine, with Kirlian's claws extended over the whimpering pest. He spoke directly into the mind of the owner and informed her next time he'd skin it and eat it in front of her. That fight had been difficult because part of me wanted to laugh at her expression and terror and his annoyance, but also because he would have done it. Like I said, they didn't exaggerate. Granted, the dog had never lunged or even barked at him again. He'd be back, and unless I brought it up again, he'd pretend it never happened. I wasn't so lucky. I sat on the little balcony, big enough for 2 chairs and a small table, and let my mind drift. The breeze drifted over me, and the faint sounds of vehicles and other people competed with the rustle of the leaves and the creak of the chair. But none of them could overwhelm the noise in my mind as I tried to figure out my own problems. I stared deep into the stone Kirlian had pointed out. It was polished to a high gleam, with twisted brown and gold sparks in the afternoon light.
"Are you always so timid? I would not have thought someone of such great power would be a quivering flower."
I jerked my head up from my contemplation of the stone to see the world had disappeared, and again there was gray nothingness. but the chair remained, as did the stone in my hand. With a sigh, I settled into the chair and considered the question. I don't know. Heck, I didn't even know why I was answering a strange being, other than it was the same question I'd been puzzling over. The problem is, if I use magic outside the narrow constraints of what is approved and what is known, it brings unwelcome attention. And that attention usually involves threats to me and those I love. Joe or Sable may need to be pulled away from me to stay safe. If I push it too far, or scare them too badly, I'll be killed, worst case. Or, more likely, I'll lose Caroline, my freedom, everything. Everything we are taught and shown is all about how to be good little mages. I swallowed, fighting to keep the emotions I'd been locking down for so long contained. So, maybe I'm scared, or tired, or apathetic. Why keep fighting against something I can't win? My feelings all spilled out, and it surprised me.
Doesn't that depend on how you define winning?
No figure existed, just grayness. I opened my mouth to refute the comment, but stopped. What did I want to win? What did winning mean? I ignored the gray, the quiet, the being that kept dragging me here, and focused on the stone in my hand. Freedom, to help others, a family. No matter how long I looked inward, nothing else came up. That was what I wanted. I blinked my eyes a few times, but the gray nothingness wasn't conducive to being able to focus my eyes elsewhere. I looked at the stone, and it was there, though the lack of light made the colors non-existent. Now, it just looked like a stone, something I could have picked up from any place. The grayness also meant I had no idea of time having passed or how long I'd been thinking. "Are you still there?" I asked. If the creature didn't reply, getting out of here might be complicated.
Where else would I be?
I want to be free to live my life the way I want to. I want to help and make sure no one else ever dies like Stevie did. I want a family, my family, near me. Examining what family meant didn't seem wise, but that was what I'd lost when Stevie died. I'd lost him, and then I lost my parents when they pulled away. A long silence settled around me. I got antsy before the voice replied again, and this time there was wariness in its voice.
You do realize you cannot stop death. It comes for all mortals, and immortality does not work out well when humans achieve it.
The very idea of stopping death or creating immortality sent a shudder of horror through me. No, that's not what I meant. I shook my head hard enough my hair lashed at my face. I mean, dying young, and not knowing why or being able to help. I mean, finding reasons and how to prevent unnecessary deaths. Death is needed, but not at 12. My nose clogged, and I rubbed it and found wetness on my cheeks. I rubbed at my face and sniffed loudly, trying to clear my nose.
Ah,
the voice had smoothed out again.
That is understandable, even noble. What would you do with this information?
I frowned, wishing I had someone to glare at. You know, it's easier to talk to someone and not a faceless void. I huffed out a sigh. I guess that would depend on what the reason was. I mean, let's say it was an exotic poison, though I doubt that it was. I'd let the authorities know and not tell anyone about the poison. If it was a medical condition, I'd write it up and get it published. I shrugged. If I was able to figure out a weird medical condition, I'd have to be a doctor at that point, and could produce a paper.
Oh, I forgot how mortals depend on body language to guide their reactions.
The same gray, faceless form faded into existence in front of me.
Does this assist?
I started at the form, trying to glean anything from it. 2 arms, 2 legs, a torso, and a head. It didn't tell me much other than it was proportioned like a waif. And while there was a head, it had the same amount of definition as the beginning sketches of an artist, meaning it had an oval head and not much more. I guess you still haven't told me why you keep grabbing me.
To test you. I told you that. You must face the tests and either succeed or not.
This time, a hint of exasperation layered the words. Yes, but why? Why are you testing me? For what endgame? And why me? I winced at the tone of the words and sank deeper into the chair, hunching my shoulders. For someone who wanted to be taken as an independent adult, I reverted to childish whining way too easily. I needed to work on that.
Ah.
The figure stood before me, inhumanly still, then spun around violently. The swirling streaks of lighter gray grew and brightened until they achieved the first bit of color outside my own clothes that I had seen here. It split off into green and yellow and brown, twisting and turning, until the area around me resembled an explosion of paint pots. Then it stopped, and the figure, much more defined with actual fingers and a waist, stood perched on 1 foot. I stared as it remained locked in the Peter Pan pose, 1 leg outstretched behind, and 1 anchored to the ground, arms flung back, palms up, along the line of its body. I said. Running might have made more sense, but at the moment, my knees refused to allow me to stand up, much less flee. The head tilted to look at me. Green, luminous eyes, the shade of new dogwood leaves, stared at me.
Why is because I decide who owns me. It is my prerogative. And magic asks if you are worthy of her power. The answer to both is unknown.
Before I could figure out what I was supposed to say, the color around me blended and smoothed into the view off my balcony. I reached out and touched the warm black iron railing and sighed. Reality had reasserted itself. I wrapped my fingers around the decorative metal and heaved myself up. I dug my phone out of my back pocket and rubbed the bruises on my hips. The days of the chair being comfortable had long fled. Another item to add to my shopping list. According to the phone, only an hour had passed since Joe and Sable left. Last time I got pulled into that space, Kirlian had freaked out, saying I was there but unreachable. I didn't hear him freaking out this time. My throat tightened, but I reached out for him instead of panicking. Kirlian? After a moment of silence that saw my heart rate kick up a notch.
Now we know if you can reach me in other realms. I will return in a bit.
He ended the conversation with the mental equivalent of a face rub. Relieved, I walked back inside, but the beans' comments were my new focus. Own it? Why would I own it? That meant it must be the house talking to me. Maybe, but that sort of magic wasn't possible. And how or why was magic asking if I was worthy? Was this part of the herald crap that Bainjarl had mentioned? Why couldn't magic ask me if I wanted to be the herald? Because I didn't. I had no desire to be magic's herald or anything else. What do I want to win? I stopped in the middle of the hall as that question came back to me. My first answer was always freedom. But how did I want that freedom? As a timid mouse hiding in the grass, or a dragon daring anyone to take what was mine? I stood in the middle of the hall on the 2nd floor, the balcony behind me, and the window to the orchard looking out front. It all came down to what did I want? The beep of the delivery truck pulled my attention to the real world, but the image of a small mouse hiding from a dragon wouldn't go away. Chapter 14. Magic is using you. You are addicted to something that gives you so much and takes so little, so you think. What are a few stray hairs here or there, or a bit of blood, or even a fingernail? Don't be swayed by the lure of magic. In the end, you pay everything. Freedom from magic.
ETA 5 minutes.
Alixant's text message was short and to the point. They'll be here shortly, Joe. Need me to grab anything else? I shoved the phone into the back pocket of my jean shorts as I headed back into the kitchen. Joe had decided to use Alixant and Indira's coming to steal me as an excuse to create a masterpiece in the kitchen. She'd had Sable and me scurrying everywhere. The table was set, candles burned, giving the house a fresh smell, and the aromas coming from the kitchen had my stomach grumbling and mouth salivating. You have beer for him and wine for her? Joe asked as she finished draining the pasta. I still didn't know what she was making, but I wasn't complaining. It smelled of beef, tomatoes, cumin, chili, and lemon. The flavors weren't ones I normally associated with her cooking, but if she did this when my mentors showed up, I might look forward to seeing them more often. Yep, an iced tea for the three of us. If Joe was buttering Indira and Alixant up, I was all for it. They still hadn't provided much information as to why they had come up so soon after we left, though it had been longer since school ended. I was starting to enjoy taking a vacation, even if the weird magic incidents had me living too much in my own mind. Excellent. Then I think it's about ready. Sous-chef, pull out the beef, por favor, she said, winking at Sable. Sable, for her part, saluted and grabbed a set of gloves. I stepped back out of the way and double-checked for Murphy. Dinner smelled too good to take a chance of a disaster striking.
They are here,
Caroline murmured. He'd chosen an out-of-the-way perch that gave him a view of the dining room and the front door. I cast one more lustful look at the creation being pulled out of the oven and headed to the front door to let them in. The outdoor air had a hot wetness to it that didn't seem as oppressive as the Atlanta humidity, but either way, air conditioning was preferable to staying outside. They were getting out of a car, one that I didn't recognize, a dark green Escalade. Steven usually drove his government car, a black Escalade, and Indira drove a pale blue Prius. It made me wonder why the change. If they'd driven that up from Atlanta, the gas bill would suck. Are you two going to stand out there and melt, or come inside where it's cooler? I called down from the porch. Steven handed Indira a bag from the back and grabbed one himself. We'd already gotten the blue room ready for them. Their mattress had been as hard as mine, so Joe had purchased a new one, with my house debit card. At the same time, she'd grabbed groceries. Delivery was a wonderful thing. Corey, Indira said as she came up the steps, a smile making the stunning woman almost breathtaking. As always, she wore clothes with an elegance I didn't have the body or the mindset for. Today, she wore white palazzo pants and a green tunic that reached her mid-thigh, with her raven black hair constrained by a net of braids. You look... She paused and peered at me, a slow smile spreading across her face. Rested. I don't think I've ever seen you not busy trying to do 3 things at once. I gave her a wry laugh. And why do I think you two are about to ruin my zen? I knew they were going to dump drama in my lap, but for right now, I just wanted to enjoy one more day of peace. Not me, she said, jerking her thumb to point at Alixant, walking up behind her. That is all him, and his minders. My draft finished 3 years ago. The government and I are on consultant-only basis. Ah, well then, welcome to my home. I managed not to squee as I said the words. My home. How cool was that? I looked at Steven coming up with a bag. So I should send you packing.
I'd love it, but neither you nor I seem to have any say-so in this matter. I swear next year I'm taking a real vacation. Screw it, I've earned it. My draft was over 5 years ago. Now they are my bosses, and they don't listen to a damn thing I say. Quitting is starting to sound good.
He smiled at me.
Hello, Corey.
I rolled my eyes. He was in jeans and a light gray button-down shirt, which somehow still managed to look like a suit. With dark brown hair and a prominent widow's peak, he could have played the villain in almost any movie, but most of the time, he wasn't too annoying. Come on in. Leave your bags in the entry. Jo has dinner ready, and she'll skin all of us alive if we let it get cold. They followed me in, making oohing and ahhing sounds as they stepped into the foyer. I watched carefully, curious to see if the magic checked them out. But if it did, neither of them reacted at all. The mix of greetings and shouted hellos from the kitchen were performed, and I got Indira and Steven seated. Caroleon sat at his position at the table, watching all of us. If we had meat, he ate with us, just without the extra sauces, though he always wanted more hot spices, not the salt.
This place is lovely, Corey. Are you going to keep it?
Indira asked while noises of last-second preparations came from the kitchen. I doubt you could pry it away from me, I said with a smile as I shifted on my feet. Should I go in and help or stay out here and be a good hostess?
Sit, Corey, we're coming out now.
Jo spoke behind me, and I jumped a bit to see her and Sable coming out with 2 plates each. I slipped into my chair, the furthest from the kitchen, and licked my lips, the smell overriding any vestiges of good hostessing. Jo set down a platter with a carved tenderloin, medium rare, stuffed with green and white items. Next to it, she set a salad sparkling with mandarin oranges, cranberries, nuts, and spinach. Sable deposited her 2 plates, one of creamy mashed potatoes and the other of a risotto. Jo darted back in from the kitchen, dropping a basket of rolls on the table.
Wow,
Alixant said, looking over everything.
Was all of this for us?
Jo waggled her hand before sitting down herself. We already put the condiments on the table, and I wanted to start eating, but waited. Yes and no. I figured we needed a celebration dinner for Corey and Sable graduating, plus getting the house. You two just provided a good enough excuse. She waved at the feast that lay before us. Enjoy! I took 2 minutes to put the slice of meat on Caroleon's plate, complete with the spinach and cheese, before digging in myself. The room filled with the soft sounds of moans of pleasure, the scrape of flatware on china, and swallows of our drinks.
Jo, this is incredible. You sure you don't want to become a chef?
Indira asked when our feasting had slowed to nibbling. Jo laughed at her. Oh, heck to the no. If I did that, doing this wouldn't be fun anymore. This is fun for me, and I like cooking for Corey and Sable. They don't whine at doing the dishes, and Caroleon will eat my spicy stuff. And if it doesn't work out, we all shrug and order pizza or takeout. No pressure. If I was a chef, I'd never be able to just cook for fun or not care that it came out tasting a bit odd. Remember when I put way too much cinnamon in the chili? I snorted. Yes, it was the weirdest disconnect. I think we had to throw it away because the flavors in those amounts just clashed so badly. Jo smiled at Indira, her eyes managing to linger on Indira's chest only for a moment. See? This way cooking is fun. I'd rather make my living working with machines. I've got a part-time internship lined for spring semester doing some high-level machining. It should be interesting, and if it works out, I might create a pretty good career after the draft.
Have you received your assignment yet, Sable?
Steven asked as he pushed his plate away. Hey, I still have dessert cooking. Fresh apple sog, Jo said, but she made no move to get up. I loved her sog. It was the best fruit dessert in the world. Caroleon had delicately eaten every bit of meat with his paws, shredding it into small slices. He'd moved over to a chair that a beam of sunlight hit and was currently making sure his fur coat lay perfectly smooth. I had random bad dreams of someone wanting to skin him for his coat, a la Cruella de Vil, a transform archmage from the kids' book. But right now, He just looked like a plush toy until you saw his teeth and claws. Yep, they've approved my master's without hesitation last year, but they have already stated I'll stay in Atlanta working on the water treatment plant. Something about extenuating circumstances. She winked at me, and I rubbed my tattoo. The one that shouted out to the world what a freak I was.
That would be us,
Steven admitted, and I jerked my attention to him, eyes narrowing. He held up his hands in self-defense.
I might have implied you were a bit flighty, and having Joe near you helped keep you stable, and that Joe would go wherever Sable went, so it might be worth it to keep them near you.
I gave him a hard glare, then grinned. Thank you. I probably would survive just fine, but I'm not going to argue at having my best friend around. He inclined his head to me.
What good is power if you don't use it occasionally?
That echoed too close to my own worries. I hadn't mentioned the meeting with the house this afternoon, choosing to keep it quiet while I decided between mouse and dragon. Finding out more about power and the government and my limits would be a good option. Speaking of having best friends near us, Joe started derailing the words I'd been trying to organize in my mind. Where are you taking Corey and why? Steven and Indira exchanged glances, and she folded her napkin, placing it on the table, then leaned back in her chair. Her mouth had compressed into a thin line, and I got the feeling she didn't approve of the situation. It only made everything more interesting.
They pulled me out to a scene about 2 weeks ago, and 3 days ago, we got a break. We managed to identify the perp. At least, we think we managed.
He'd slipped into his FBI speak, his voice becoming crisper, and his vocabulary going into agent speak, perp for perpetrator, and scene for crime scene. I'd missed it more than I realized. Sable and Joe had both leaned forward, their eyes sparkling. I hid a laugh. They thought the FBI was all glamorous, not the horrible, boring slog I knew it was. But it was also terrifying and fascinating. And I missed Siab terribly. Chris and Niall, the other 2 agents who worked for Steven, not as much.
The authorities think they have a serial killer in New York City. I wasn't sure at first, but I'm starting to believe them. They identified someone and have taken over his apartment, but they can't find anything to prove or disprove he has vanished.
He wiped up the last of the sauce with a bit of bread. What does that mean for Corey? Joe asked, her attention riveted to Alixant. Why pull her into this mess? She isn't an agent even if you dragged her into acting as one before. Alixant scrubbed his fingers through his hair. It reached past his shoulders now, falling in loose waves.
I don't really have a choice, and it will prove a boon to her in the long run.
His words sent tendrils of stress through my chest, but I just leaned forward and waited. He sighed and glanced at me, then Caroline. My familiar lay sprawled out in the sun and gave every impression of not listening, but his ears were tilted back towards the table. You're stalling, Joe said. Her voice was mild.
Yes, I am. I've enjoyed dinner, and none of you will be happy with what I'm about to tell you. Merlin's, I'm not happy about it.
Well, I, on the other hand, am livid, Indira said, her voice scarily calm. It is in violation of the spirit of the draft, and it sets a bad precedent. She tore at the remains of the bread on her plate, shredding it into crumbs. Alixant slid his eyes towards her, but then brought them back to me, his lips pressed together.
Corey, you know the government is very interested in your abilities, and even more interested in controlling them. They are terrified of you.
That made me blink and pull back, the memories of the talks I had with Joe and the strange being flashing to the forefront.
If they ever realized what you could do, and that you are learning how to use magic outside of the publicized spells, they might eliminate you now. Meaning they want to test you at every turn to see if you are too dangerous to let live.
Chapter 15. It is the duty of all governments to keep their citizens safe, both mage and non-mage. The best way to keep all citizens safe is to control those with dangerous abilities by making sure they know exactly how to use them and the consequences of misusing any ability. OMO stance on education. A headache started to form in the center of my skull, and I rubbed between my brows. It didn't help. And if they decide I'm too dangerous to live? I knew the answer, but I needed to hear it. The dinner roll turned to powder in Indira's grip, an entropy spell. She dusted off her hands, her face serene. Then they will someone put a bullet in your brain or cause a fatal aneurysm. Steven and I are deemed tainted, so we would not be informed when they make that decision. Even my contacts can't say which way they will go, because you've been very much on the straight and narrow since Japan. The apprehension regarding you has dropped, but they track everything. I sat back and looked at them, thinking back to the earlier conversation with the being between worlds. What did I want to win? My freedom. That was never in doubt, but I had no desire to flee to the other realms and live there. I liked indoor plumbing and grocery stores. The realms didn't have those in great quantity from what I'd seen. What do you recommend? It was a sign of how hard Steven was trying that he didn't bark out an answer and tell me what I was going to do.
Be meek. Be mild. Act like a chastised little girl. Do what you've done this past year and keep your head down and don't draw attention.
He rubbed his temple, long fingers ghosting across his tattoo, but he didn't take his eyes from me.
I know that isn't in your nature, but between the OMO and the draft board, you have a lot of people agitated.
Why the OMO? The government, I get, but why is the OMO upset with me? Indira spoke up as Steven's eyes tightened. You threatened their entire structure. If you remain mostly as a fluke, it raises your importance and lowers the danger you represent. They only have found 3 people that tested differently from the original scan. Officially, they have determined it was a failure of the testing unit and the examiners. They don't say what was wrong with the unit or the guidelines, but they are testing large numbers of people. Though, due to constraints, they are mostly only testing people still active in the draft. The older mages are avoiding it. Basically, the OMO doesn't like being called into question. Ever. If it comes out that their testing methods are consistently flawed, or your rating can be different than what they say, well, who is to say they can't be bribed to be wrong? What wouldn't you have given to be ranked as a hedge mage? I nodded at her point. I would have done almost anything. Politics, corruption, and big business? I asked dryly, the mental image of flaming everyone making me smile.
Yes,
Alixant said.
But that being said, they all need to prove not only are you an anomaly, but they have you under very tight control.
I didn't like the sound of that, and the idea of being a mouse versus a dragon sat at the back of my mind as I nodded at him to go on.
We believe we have a serial killer in New York City. They think they've found who it is, but we haven't captured him. We just have access to the apartment. They're finishing cataloging the evidence and dusting it. They started last night, but they put in a request for a strong spirit mage to come see if any of the objects in the residence give any information as to what he is planning or where any other victims might be. This guy, if they have the right apartment, didn't have pictures and diagrams to shed any light as to who he would kill next. They're desperate.
And I'm the strongest spirit? Indira sighed. Spirits only account for less than 20% of all archmages or higher, and most wizards, or lower, can't pull memories out of objects unless it is very fresh and very strong. From the testing you did in your spirit classes, you can pull it out of things when it was left through casual touches or when the memories are hundreds of years old. I know a few people who would love to have you on archaeology digs. I couldn't repress a shudder. Thank you, but no. One day of testing objects at the museum was enough to scar me for life. Aztecs were bloody horrible. The vivid images of death sacrifice and more sex than I'd ever wanted to see flashed back. I had to take a drink of iced tea to clear my mouth of a metallic taste. Experiencing the sensations of killing someone while you had sex with them did nothing to help make the idea of sex any more attractive to me. Indira lifted a shoulder. Fair, but that means they don't have anyone that can casually touch items and see if they can glean any information out of them. Soul tends to be rare, as a strong regardless. I nodded. I'd seen the statistics on power breakouts, and that was global. Or it was according to the OMO.
That is why I'm bringing you in. There are departments fighting over you, and they want to see how you handle a real investigation now that you have some training and experience.
I just nodded. Asking what role they planned to have me in didn't really matter. It could change a dozen times between now and my draft starting, and fighting it would just make everyone's life hard. But that didn't mean I needed to be timid either. You mentioned if they don't think they can control me, they will eliminate me. I swallowed, my throat and mouth going dry at the audacity of my thoughts. What happens if it's too dangerous to eliminate me? All the delicious food threatened to explode out of my stomach, but I kept my face still and fisted my hands in the tablecloth.
Too dangerous?
Steven frowned at me, shaking his head a bit.
I don't understand. Killing a mage ends the threat. Magical artifacts like the ones the owner of this house created and collected are rare, and while you may have friends or family that would avenge you, they can be dealt with.
He gave a nod to Joe and Sable, who had stiffened. True, humans can easily be killed, but what about... I paused and took a deep breath while chanting, "Dragon, dragon, dragon," in my head. What about demigods and other beings from the spirit realm who owe you, or at least would be willing to avenge your death because you are amusing to them? The room went silent. Even the sounds of breath stopped as they all looked at me, eyes wide.
Are you sure, my queen?
Caroline asked in my mind, oh so softly. I didn't turn to look at him, but answered, all my resolve in one word. Yes.
Excellent. It is about time.
His purr of laughter brushed through my mind. Indira broke the silence like a glass, cracking as she started to laugh. Her laughter came from her belly and rolled through the room, spreading delight with it. She figured it out! They are going to be kneeling at her feet before this is all done. I'm going to need a lifetime supply of candy because this is going to be something to watch.
Merlin's balls,
Steven groaned.
Why me? Why couldn't it have been another decade before she realized this was an option? Magic hates me.
I looked over at Joe and Sable, who looked as puzzled and confused as I was. I'd thought I might be risking myself with that statement, but this reaction wasn't anything I expected. I don't understand. I expected threats or warnings, I admitted.
I'll give you the threats and the warnings, but you're what, 23?
I nodded in response.
Most mages either figure this out in their 50s or never. You already realized that magic is power, and that you are way ahead of the power game because of all the allies you've gathered.
Wait, what? I sputtered, the tablecloth in my hand getting wet from my sweaty palm. This was one of the reasons I wanted you in Emrys, but I couldn't be that blunt. You network, get friends, people who will notice and take offense if you disappear. Indira said, a smirk on her face. This isn't stuff you tell young mages. Most mages, and I mean this worldwide, decide magic is too much trouble for anything outside of small household stuff. And the draft works really hard at making magic seem to be dangerous and boring. Not to mention, for most mages, at least under Archmage, the cost of doing magic becomes too high pretty fast. Quite frankly, it becomes easier and faster to use science to do things. Yes, my little tricks like heating up my tea seem small, but if I did that 2 or 3 times a day, even at the small fraction it costs me, it would become expensive when compared to how many offerings I have available. Or I can put it in the microwave. Indira shrugged. You, on the other hand, are so powerful that you are a very real threat, and Japan knows this. You threatened to destroy their country, and they believed you. I did not, I protested, stung. I only threatened to destroy the palace. That last part came out slower, and I mumbled it. They didn't want to take me seriously. They do now. Don't ever plan on traveling to Japan, at least via normal methods. You are blacklisted. Jo waved her hand. Back up. Yes, Corey is powerful. Yes, she has friends. What does that have to do with what you are talking about? Alixant rubbed both temples now and sighed. When he looked up, I was surprised to see the amusement on his face.
Ladies, welcome to the real world.
He directed his comments to the entire table.
Mages are powerful, and those who realize they can use their power and make people fear them are the bane of the OMO and governments everywhere. There are a much higher percentage of mages with familiars that fall into this group. It normally takes them until well into middle age to have the friends and network to make them someone the governments would think twice about taking out. You managed it in your 20s and obtained allies that any government is going to take a long, hard look at before pissing off.
Oh! The light bulb went off. Georgas had threatened the Emperor and his royal magician when I brought the fight to Japan. I didn't understand then why the threat had been taken so seriously.
Yes, Corey, if you convince them you won't upset the apple cart, they'll leave you alone.
He took a deep breath and snagged my gaze with hard gray eyes.
If you convince them you're a dragon, you'll need to convince them poking you isn't worth it. But you have a fine line to walk. If you are too scary, they will take you out along with as many allies as they can. If you can be too dangerous to annoy, but not threatening enough to be considered a serious threat, you will get the best of both worlds.
You can do it. Be the queen I know you are. You can lead a coven to make the gods quail.
Will your mother and Bainarl help me?
They would be delighted, but you will need to speak with them.
Carolian's voice sounded soft and reassuring in my head, and I wanted to hold him tight. Instead, I sat up straighter and forced a smile that was more real than I expected. Then I guess I'd better be a dragon. They will meet me on my terms, and I'll call down everything I have if they try to eliminate me for being too much of a problem. Oh, to be a fly on the wall during your first draft assessment, Indira murmured. I wanted to follow up on that, but Steven spoke.
Good. Show them what you can do and leave them cowed and worried. Just don't be a jerk.
Like you? I blurted, but I didn't back down or apologize. He had been a royal jerk in the beginning, and I called him on it, multiple times.
Exactly. I am a jerk for multiple reasons, but I might have bought into my role as a hard-nosed FBI agent as much as Indira bought into the whole seductress thing. Figure out what you want to be and go with it. Just remember, making allies will be good, while making enemies might become something you will regret later.
I nodded. My intentions weren't to be a jerk to people. I just wasn't going to bow to their demands anymore. I would take the degree I wanted. It met the requirements, and what they wanted didn't matter. Not anymore. If I could handle Japan gunning for me, I could handle the draft board and the OMO. So, when do we leave? Chapter 16.
Among males, the first year of the draft is the deadliest, as they overreach and need to be dealt with. Surprisingly, the last year of the draft is when we see most females fail in their ability to moderate themselves. It is as yet undetermined why this is, but the percentage of failure for archmages and merlins is almost double the lower ranks.
OMO, internal memo. We left at 5 the next morning. I'd been smart and packed everything the night before, and had coffee waiting for me when I made it downstairs. I filled my mug full of the extra strong roast and added the cream and sugar and a shot of cinnamon syrup. Caroline stood at the door, peering out, looking for all the world like a dog ready to go on his walk. I decided to not tell him that. I'd made sure to pack the harness so he could come with me to the crime scenes. Back in the early days, it had been little more than a set of bands, so I could control him. Not anymore. With him as strong and big as a large dog, I'd splurged and ordered a custom harness for him. It made him look like a service animal, except you never saw service cats. I made sure his harness didn't say anything, but it had bags and pouches on it. It had the advantage of making him look more trained than scary. I just never mentioned he could pull it off faster than I could get it on him. People would be scared if they knew that. Seeing him as a service animal made him safe, but when people became aware that he was a sentient creature with his own thoughts and ideas, he turned into an unknown and a threat. As far as I was concerned, the greatest threat from him was definitely the power of his farts.
I still say they need a hammock in their vehicle.
Caroline's tail cracked through the air as he sulked, and I made sure his tail didn't hit me. No room. You saw that. Besides, this is only a 3-hour drive, not multiple days. We stood on the front porch, waiting for Alixant and Indira. I'd said my goodbyes to Sable and Joe last night before we all crashed. They decided, wisely from my point of view, that sleeping in was a better use of their time. I had my backpack and a small suitcase with me. Alixant had assured me this trip would only take a week or less, and we were staying in an apartment in the city, so I'd have access to a washer if I needed it. Either way, the idea of getting to see New York City hummed through my veins. This was turning out to be a summer of unexpected experiences, and I couldn't wait for the next one. It didn't hurt that Steven had informed me I'd be paid at the contractor rate, which made my financially stressed soul relax even more. The door creaked behind me, and I turned to see Alixant walking out, one overnight bag in each hand.
Ready?
I held up my coffee. I have caffeine, so my survival probability is now upgraded to decent. He smirked as he unlocked the car. I grabbed my suitcase, backpack attached to it, and Caroline's bag and followed him. The leash was in a pouch on his harness. I'd packed a few essentials for Caroline: a food bowl, water flask, treats, and a blanket. They were a bit bulky to carry around, but I just couldn't justify buying bowls for him to eat and drink out of when we were out. It got way too expensive. The rear of the Escalade rose, and Alixant put the bags he was carrying in first, then mine. Caroline jumped in the back and proceeded to inspect every inch of the car. I, a sane human, walked to the passenger side back door and clambered inside. Oof! Remind me not to get something you need a step stool to climb into, I muttered as I got myself arranged. I could see Indira headed down the porch stairs with her mug of tea in hand.
Dear complains about the same thing,
Steven said. I ducked my head, smirking a bit. It was the first time I'd heard that nickname for Indira.
But when you have someone ram you at speed, you're more than happy for the weight and size of this car.
I glanced around the inside of the car. That has happened?
Not to this car, but yes, I've had it occur. And it helps stop fireballs too.
He finished as Indira climbed in, grumbling. You need step stools. Next time, splurge for the version with extending steps. Her mutters elicited a laugh from Steven as she buckled herself in.
So noted. I'll just let the government know my 2 contractors are short.
He turned the car on. We are not. Just this car is huge, I pointed out. I was 5'6", while Indira was shorter than me. She usually wore 3-inch heels, making her about 5'8". It is not our fault. You chose a car not fit for normal-sized humans. Indira sniffed as she talked, her nose pointed in the air. If I hadn't seen her fighting not to smile, I might have thought she was really offended.
As I feel I will have no peace until this is resolved, I will see what I can do. Though I would not hold my breath. This is the government we're talking about.
He pulled out into traffic, and his voice turned serious.
Corey, you ready to discuss the case?
My humor fled, as if chased by tax collectors. I took a fortifying sip of coffee, savoring the cinnamon, and nodded. Sure. Caroline perched next to me, paws on the door near the window, watching the world go by.
This would be much more comfortable with my hammock.
The echo telling me he broadcast rather than just sending to me. I ignored the confused glances from Indira and Steven. They had no idea what hammock he was talking about, and scratched his ears, waiting for the gory details that would soon be invading my imagination. Steven started to talk, and I listened, letting Caroline's silky fur be my anchor and reminder I wasn't alone, that I was going to be a dragon.
The murderers started about 3 months ago. They put it together in early May. They had a serial killer, not just a string of unrelated murderers. The signature was subtle, but once it was found, it was obvious. The victims are taken at least 3 days before they are found. Just at the hairline behind and above the right ear is a tattoo. It's a tilde, and no one has any idea what it means. The first 3 victims all had multiple tattoos, and this tiny one, it is less than 10 centimeters long, was missed. The 4th victim, however, was an Orthodox Jew who would have never gotten a tattoo. That was the first clue that set up alarms, as they don't do any tattoos that are decorative.
I snorted a bit at that. Decorative tattoos versus the brands we all wore on our faces. I guess that was one way to look at it. Alixant kept talking as he pulled onto the highway that led towards New York City.
That snapped the investigation into focus. We are up to 9 victims, but the agents on the ground believe they've identified the perp. He disappeared 2 days ago. They traced him as he had recorded contact with 3 of the victims as a courier. He doesn't seem to have an alibi on his social media channels, and all efforts to locate him have failed. This is why they want you, to see if you can figure out where he is or who else he has abducted. Manhattan is too big, and right now, his victims are all over the place. 3 women, 6 men, 2 black, 2 Hispanic, 1 Jewish, 3 white, 1 Middle Eastern. Youngest, 18. Oldest, 48. They all work in Manhattan, and only 2 live there. At this point, even though they are going over all the people reported missing, they have to look at the records for 3 states. People from all over come into New York City to work. It's a needle in the haystack scenario, with dozens of jurisdictions.
His voice was flat, just reciting the facts. You haven't seen any of this, have you? I asked.
No, they contacted me about 2 weeks ago, and only because of you. They figured the only way to get you to come, with even a slightly friendly mood, was via us.
He waved his fingers at himself and Indira.
But I looked at the evidence and asked a lot of questions before I let myself be pushed into this. Besides, you were taking finals.
The toll station was ahead, and I cringed at the cost for these roads. Georgia and their no-toll roads seemed much nicer.
I reviewed the details again on the way up and double-checked the photos.
At his nod, Indira handed me a manila envelope. I took it, but didn't open it immediately. Instead, I watched the traffic ahead, letting what Alixant had told me filter through. How are the victims being killed?
From what the coroner said, and patamages have been able to reconstruct, something was placed over their mouth, and they suffocated. We can't find any signs of struggle on them, so it is assumed they were unconscious, and whatever was used decayed. So far we couldn't find the drug.
I nodded, more to myself than him. A lot of drugs had a short half-life, and if the bodies weren't found for days, which drug was used might never be found. Any trophies taken? I asked, still thinking. All the criminal justice classes stressed that serial killers were rare, but they had their own logic that applied to the murders they committed. You just had to find the logic.
Not that we can tell, and no sexual assault either. There are signs their clothes were changed, but when they were found, they were wearing the same clothes they had last been seen in. The only weird thing is it looks like the ligaments in their joints were broken. The details are in the envelope.
He risked a fast glance back at me.
Why? What are you thinking?
I shook my head. I'm not. That much you and the classes did teach me. I'm not thinking anything. Just trying to arrange the picture in my head. I won't have any thoughts until after I do whatever you want me to do. That trap I knew to avoid. All I wanted was information. No opinions would be allowed to form until after I had new evidence. I could almost hear him smiling and rolled my eyes. I turned the problem over in my mind. Is the suspect a mage?
No, and he's one of those nice, quiet men, never did anything, but I always thought he was odd types.
Steven fell silent, concentrating on the traffic as it was the middle of rush hour. Maybe we should have taken the subway. But images of taking Caroline on the subway in New York assailed me. No, driving was much, much better. Why are you coming along, Indira? I asked. She really didn't work with the FBI, even if she and Steven had started dating, but that was more because of my presence bringing them together than anything. I like the shopping in Manhattan. The crime scene is all yours. I'm just taking advantage of a free place to stay and time to go shop. Her answer was immediate, and I heard Caroline's laughter in my head.
You seek to hunt new fur free of cost,
he offered. None of the beings I'd met really understand our fascination with clothes, and I'd given up trying to get them to understand. Exactly, Indira said, a smile gracing her face. And, as a bonus, I'll get mostly free meals out of it.
Wise huntress,
Caroline commented, then made himself more comfortable so he could look out the window. See, even the cat understands the wisdom of my choices. Indira gloated to Alixant.
And here I thought you just wanted to spend time with me. My feelings are crushed.
Alixant sounded as amused as I was, and I marveled that the two of them got along so well. I would have expected another outcome. I never understand relationships. You added sex, and everyone started acting stupid. I tuned them out and opened up the envelope. The first item was the coroner's report. It was the first I'd seen outside my human biology and CJ classes. I had a new appreciation for the information that was present. I settled back, reading the file. The cause of death was asphyxiation, but I thought it odd they couldn't find any means. It was like they fell asleep with a plastic bag over their heads, but even then, there should have been some signs of a struggle. I checked, and all the eyes showed signs of petechial hemorrhaging, which made sense if they were straining and struggling to breathe for any long period of time. Suffocation. What a horrible way to go. I shook my shoulders to dispel the chill that ran down my spine. Next, I moved to the joints, and like Alixant had mentioned, the knees, elbows, and shoulders had been broken. The best image I could think of in my mind was they had been snapped, the way you might snap a chicken leg at the thigh, so you could bend it differently. I took a large sip of my coffee at that. They were probably insane to want me in a job like this. Even thinking about someone deliberately doing this made me nauseous, not the fact that it happened. I'd seen worse as an EMT, but the idea of someone doing this to someone else, callously, with purpose. In many ways, I preferred the car accidents. At least they weren't usually on purpose. All of them had disappeared between work and home. That in and of itself I thought was interesting. They all had jobs, but otherwise, Steven was correct. There were no obvious correlations between the victims. Was the tattoo done while alive?
We aren't sure, either immediately before or immediately after death.
I nodded at Alixant's reply, but added another note to my mental file. The murderer was probably an artist of some type, or had a partner that was. The tilde, while not very big, was clean. I grabbed my phone and flipped on the magnifier. There looks like template blue around the tattoo. I said it more to myself, but they weren't playing loud music like Sable and Joe would have been, which meant they heard my comment.
What do you mean?
Asked Steven. He kept his hands on the wheel and watched the traffic, but if he had cat ears, they would have been tilted my direction. Well, you know how they apply the template of the tattoo to you when they do the mage tats? I saw them both nod. While mage tats have to meet that exact layout, lots of artists will set their guidelines before they tattoo. But the really good ones would have freehanded something that simple. I mean, a tilde? That they could have done in their sleep.
So, you don't think this is a tattoo artist?
Depends on how you use the word. Someone who makes a living doing it? Probably not. Someone that knows how to use the gun? I paused and looked at it again. Are you sure these were done alive?
All I have is what's in the file. Why?
I don't see any redness or healing. But I haven't made a study of tattoos, so I could be wrong. Alixant made an odd sound, but I ignored him. Why would you put the tattoo on like that? Was it really a tattoo? Something felt off. I could still remember the itchy swelling of the tattoo on my temple, and how much I wanted to claw it off. But this one, it seemed full and whole, which even on a small tattoo would take a week or two. I kept flipping through, looking at the pictures. Height, weight, color, shape, they all varied. Granted, seeing them all dead didn't give me a feeling of anything except stillness. The criminal justice classes I'd taken talked a lot about tiny details that could form the basis of a puzzle, but I just thought the tilde was weird and the pictures lacking, but I couldn't figure out why. You do realize I know nothing, right? And other than things that don't make sense to me, I have no clue. I don't even like reading mysteries. I preferred historical fiction and non-fiction medical books, but that was for fun. Alixant nodded as he changed lanes.
I know, and I didn't expect you to open the files and go, here's the answer. I just wanted you to have some idea of what's going on with this case. We'll visit the perp's apartment first, then the morgue. They have 3 of the previous victims. All they are hoping for is a clue. This killer is too good.
If you say so. I wasn't convinced, but who knew? Think of it as a chance to stretch your abilities. Indira offered. You might be surprised by what you can find or see. Or surprised by a chance for me to be a dragon. I didn't say that out loud, but I let the idea sink into my soul. I would be strong, because the alternative was to be a mouse. Chapter 17. God, or gods, are still a hot topic in most of the world. We don't know if there are gods of the realms, or if the Christian, Judaic, Islam God exists there or here. We don't know if you can, or should, worship those from other realms. One thing everyone agrees upon: no one wants their attention here in our realm. Magic explained online. I spent the rest of the drive watching the scenery and wishing they'd included images from the victims when they were alive. After that, I lost myself in looking at the city. New York rose above me like looming specters of judgment, each of them with a million eyes to see my every mistake. Driving through those streets, which always had shadows, I felt smaller than ever.
We're headed right to the perp's apartment first. Then I'll take us to the place we rented for the next week or two. The cops have finished their on-scene investigation, and the lead detective wants us there.
I'd heard him talking on his cell phone, but I'd been too busy ogling to pay attention. Will we have time to go see the Statue of Liberty while we're here? I couldn't see her from where we'd entered, and of all the sights in New York City, that one mattered to me, the lady. I'll make sure of it, Indira said. She'd spent most of the ride reading her e-reader and had let us both be. Her aplomb was one of the many things about her I wanted to emulate, though the seductress part of her wasn't. Thanks. At that point, I closed my eyes. The traffic in the city made Atlanta look calm, and I didn't like driving in Atlanta on the best of days. But the people here, they crossed the roads even if traffic was coming. No one listened to horns or sirens, and it felt like there were people everywhere.
I do not like this place. Are all your cities like this?
Caroleon's ears were laid back against his head as he stared out the car window. No, Indira said, a smile in her voice. New York is unique, though Tokyo and Los Angeles have much in common with it. There is a certain level of magic in New York. You'll see if you spend any time here. Caroleon flicked an ear towards her, then back down.
I am not convinced.
Indira laughed, but Steven spoke before she could say anything more.
The address is up ahead.
I opened my eyes and looked out the window. We were in a shabbier part of the island, with old brick, rusted fire escapes, and air conditioning units sticking out of windows. A squad car sat blocking an alleyway as Steven drove up to it. Sorry, sir, this area is... Steven cut him off by holding out his wallet, badge on display.
Special Agent Alixant, Merlin, here on request. I have Merlin Monroe and Merlin Humber with me. Yes, sir. I'll move my car. Drive in, and there will be an officer waiting to escort you up.
The officer moved his car, and I tried to take everything in. Small convenience shop, a dry cleaner, a coded entry door, and a pizza place took the bottom floor of the building. We pulled into an alleyway that made me wonder if we'd be able to get the doors of the huge vehicle open to climb out. We could, but barely. Caroline jumped out first as the odors of trash, exhaust, and rotten fish assaulted my nose. I sneezed in protest. It wasn't as human as Atlanta, but the mixture of odors hit me like a slap to the face.
This place has little to recommend it. The smells are rotten and twisted.
Welcome to New York City. Love it or leave it,
Alixant said. He waved us towards the door where another officer, dressed in the blue of NYPD, watched us. I had to agree with Caroleon. While I loved my house, the city had little to make me love it. Alixant went through the introductions again, and this time Indira and I had to show our IDs.
Put the pet on a leash. I don't care if it's a service animal or not,
the officer said, disdain dripping from his tongue. Caroleon hissed.
I am neither a dumb pet nor a service animal. I am the focus of Merlin Corey Monroe, chosen to be here.
His tail lashed back and forth as he stared down the officer, who had gone white. Caroleon, I hissed, surprised at his tone.
What? If you will be a dragon, I will be a tiger.
His voice clear and amused, and just for my mind. I fought not to laugh at his tone. I might have created a monster.
Oh, okay. Up that elevator. 4th floor.
He'd stepped back, as if that would put him out of reach of Caroleon's claws. I just shook my head and followed Alixant and Indira, both of whose shoulders were silently shaking. The door slid closed, and Indira started to giggle. I never heard her giggle before. while Alixant's laugh was deep and low. That might be the funniest thing I've seen in a while. This is going to keep me in giggles for months, Indira said.
Oh, I suspect this case is going to be something I'll never forget, one way or another.
Alixant managed to get his laughter under control by the time the door opened, leaving me fighting between being embarrassed and proud. Caroleon knew which one he was. Not that Caths were ever embarrassed. He sauntered out of the elevator, tail and head held high. The drab hallway had 10 apartment doors lining it, 5 on each side, and a fire exit sign at the back wall. There were no windows to let light in, and the entire place screamed depression and apathy. I wanted to turn around and go back into the noisy, smelly alley. At least it had life to it. A single officer in blue stood at one of the doors, about 3/4 of the way down the hallway. Her eyes snapped to us as we exited the elevator. I let Alixant take the lead, while I saw Indira head past the door and take up a position near the exit. She made it clear she would not be coming in, as there was little their own mages couldn't do that she could.
Merlin Alixant here with Merlin Monroe and her familiar to inspect the scene as requested by Chief Blazzini.
The officer looked at her list, then Caroleon. It doesn't say anything about a cat.
That is not my problem. We can leave, because I can guarantee you Merlin Monroe won't enter without him.
She narrowed her eyes at me, her name tag read, Delansky, then turned to shout through the door. George, your high mage user's here. Says she's bringing in her cat. A sharp accent with mushy sounds of the north echoed out of the apartment.
Whatever. Just let them get in here so we can get back to other things, like catching this asshole.
With a smirk, Delansky stepped out of the doorway and gestured to us to pass. You heard him. Have at it. My stomach, already twisted in knots, wasn't helped by Alixant looking at me and saying,
You first. You get to decide how you'll handle it.
Delansky snorted, but didn't say anything. I swallowed and stepped in, the first step across the threshold feeling like a mountain I hadn't wanted to climb. I tried to look at everything and make sure I touched nothing. The hallway told me nothing about the occupant. It had natural off-white walls with multiple scuff marks that were the only things added to it. I stepped into the living room, with a kitchen to my left, a pile of shoes, 2 with cleats, a pair of sneakers, and sandals, lay jumbled together at the edge of the hall and kitchen wall. There were 2 doors leading out of the living room, probably a bathroom and bedroom. The place kind of looked like a dust devil had exploded in it. Traces of black dust everywhere, things disorganized and yet stacked, and a feeling of emptiness rang through the place. A slender black man in a suit that hung off him like he was a coat rack it'd been thrown on, stood by the windows looking out at another building, but he was watching me walk in. The heat of Alixant's stare, along with his cologne, created a wall behind me, while Caroleon's tail grazed across the back of my legs. Dragon, you are a dragon. I walked further into the room and nodded at the man, the detective, I assumed. George? He pushed away from the windows, and with a shrug of his shoulders, he moved towards us. I caught a whiff of peppermint candy as he reached out his hand to me.
Detective George Fallon, Merlin Monroe. I hope you can help us.
I shook his hand as he spoke. It was dry and firm, but the shake lasted as little time as possible. Maybe he hadn't noticed how nervous I was. I lifted my left shoulder in a shrug. I can try, but no, nothing is guaranteed. Is there anything in particular you want me to look at? He faced me, but his eyes tracked Caroleon moving through the room, with his normally active tail held still and trailing on the floor.
There are a few items that look like they have significance, but otherwise touch everything. We are hoping he left some traces of himself and plans on what he's going to do with his victims.
I nodded and waited. After staring at me, he grunted and pointed at the small table between the kitchen and the couch.
Crap is there. Have at it.
I moved over to the table. It had to be something gotten from a secondhand shop, as it was old, banged up, and was barely big enough for the two mismatched chairs that sat on either side. On it was a city pass, a trophy from bowling, a necklace, and a watch. I looked around the apartment, surprised at such odd things without anything more intimate. There was a bookshelf with dusty books, a TV and remote with the numbers worn off the buttons, and a butt indent at one end of the couch. The kitchen had a dish in the sink, an off-white refrigerator, and a coffee maker that should have seen the trash a decade ago. It felt comfortable but hopeless. There wasn't anything in here that suggested a future or going anywhere. What was his name? I didn't take my eyes off the table, frowning, not sure what I was supposed to see. Caroline stood looking out the window, smudged but not dusty, staring at the birds on the building across the alley. None of the objects called to me. But then only really old objects had before. Making a decision, I reached out and picked up the necklace. It was a St. Christopher's medal, a faint image of embarrassed pride and misplaced faith drifted through, then was gone. Nothing to hold or examine.
Carl Osborne.
I set it back down on the table and picked up the watch. A flash of annoyance, of excitement, of running late, of being early all rippled in its depths, but nothing violent or concrete, just snapshots of life. You do realize most people don't hold on to things focusing emotions into them, right? I said as I reached for the trophy.
What do you mean?
George leaned against the wall to the bedroom, and his dark brown eyes brushed over me as I worked, each little bit of magic requiring but a dusting of cells. This skill rarely required enough of an offering to even require choosing to offer. Maybe if I was here all day, I might spend a whole hair. A rosary, something prayed over daily, or a good luck charm. Those are kept long enough and had enough motion sent to them that they might retain something. But most objects are just that, objects. We don't affect them any more than we miss them when they disappear. They are replaceable and temporary in our lives. The trophy had nothing more than a flash of exultation and then nothing. I picked up the card of the transit pass, frowning. The scuff marks in the hall clashed in my mind. Did he have a bike? A ride? Aren't the marks in the hall from the bike? George frowned at me, and then stood up and headed to the hall.
Delansky, any notes about the perp riding a bike?
His voice carried, and I held the card, a bit wary as I tried to listen to both the card and George. Yes, sir. Neighbors complained about it, saying he was always taking up room in the elevator and often came back sweaty and stinky. She responded immediately.
There's your answer, Monroe. What about it?
George didn't hover. He lurked. I couldn't decide if that was better or worse. He lived here for a while?
4 years in March, per the landlord.
I held up the city pass. Why would he have a visitor discount pass if he rode his bike everywhere? This is just for attractions and stuff, right? I didn't want to admit I'd researched maybe getting one just in case we decided to come do touristy stuff. George started to reach for it and stopped.
Yeah, and that's an old one too. They changed the design pretty often, and in the last year, they mostly gone digital. You know, on your phone as an app.
I looked at it. The flashes of glee and anticipation were bright and sharp. Would this be any good now?
Nah, they're useless after you activate them. I mean, it's possible that one wasn't activated, but really, what New Yorker would use that?
I ducked my head so he wouldn't see me smile at the way he said Yorker. Why put this here? I mean, the other stuff makes sense, kinda. But why this? George looked at me, still wary and suspicious, but willing to answer.
Because we found it on the floor when we came in. Figured he dropped it in his hurry to leave.
Chapter 18. How time bubbles work. Time bubbles are not time machines, but in fact pockets of reality out of sync with our reality. The mage casts a bubble over the area needed and pulls it a few minutes into the future or an hour. Once the initial cast is done, it is simple to allow it to stand. The cost comes when you drop a time bubble. Your body ages when you end the spell by the amount of time you offset, plus the duration of the spell times 2. So, if you offset by 10 minutes and maintain the spell for 3 minutes, you will age 10 plus 3 times 2, or 10 plus 9 equals 19 minutes. Many think this is not a big deal, and in small amounts, it isn't. But if you offset a bubble by a year and stay in there a month, the time is significant. A year equals 525,600 minutes, plus 43,200 times 2 equals 425 days. You age a year plus for a month of lived time. It is rarely worth the cost, but some have done it. Magic explained. That didn't make sense to me. I mean, I lived with my bus pass in my wallet, and I'd notice if I dropped it. But maybe the city pass was different? For now, I just nodded and put the card back on the table. I wandered through the rest of the apartment. Caroleon would wander by me, his tail caressing the back of my leg or hand, then head over to investigate something else. He didn't say anything, just explored, being careful not to disturb anything. I touched and fondled half the place. The bedroom was just as simple as the rest of the house. A double bed, no pictures on the wall, with a dresser and a closet full of what Joe would call working man clothes. I didn't see any suits, or at least any besides one tucked away in the back that screamed funeral or wedding wear, but it didn't look like it had been worn in years from the amount of dust on the shoulders. No matter what I touched, or even if I increased my offering, digging for something substantial, I got nothing more than a sad, apathetic man. The biggest jolt I got was from an old biking helmet. It had joy and a brightness almost nothing else did, and it made the rest of the items even more depressing. "Are you sure he's your killer?" I asked as I looked around the living room one more time. Detective Farland and Alixant were near the door talking. They both turned to inspect me when I spoke.
"Why do you ask?"
George moved my direction, his eyes scanning as if to make sure I hadn't damaged or taken anything. "There's nothing here that has any malice or even powerful feelings. If I had to guess, and remember, I'm as green as can be, this man had little joy in his life. I doubt he ever got mad at anyone and bordered on being depressed. I'd say the only thing he enjoyed doing was riding his bike." I shrugged and waved my hand. Unless he has a storage unit full of his clippings and murder tools, there is nothing here to indicate this man had the desire to hurt anyone. I shrugged, feeling out of place in this sad apartment and wanting to go back to our apartment at college or the house. At least life and joy existed in those places. This is the only thing that doesn't fit. I tapped the city pass. It has a sharp spike of thrill and something else, but I can't get enough flavor to even begin to figure out what might have touched it. Or hell, if he just picked it up.
This place reeks of sadness and the death of hope, but there is no bloodlust.
Caroleon whispered just in my mind, pressing his cheek against my thigh. My hand dropped down to pet him, glad for the life in his presence. George set his hands on his hips, eyes narrowed.
"Are you telling me?"
His phone went off, and the officer's radio in the hall squawked.
"What the?"
He answered the phone.
"Farland. What? Where? Son of a bitch. I'll be right there. Bringing civilians with me."
His conversation, full of pauses and grunts, told me something bad had happened, but he never took his eyes off me.
"What is it?"
Alixant snapped, and I smirked to see "Take control, Alixant" was back.
"A perp isn't a perp. He's a Vic. They just found him, but not like the others."
George's voice had gone deeper, though the accent still made me think of gangster movies, as I processed what he said. "What does that mean?" I asked. George spun and headed out the hall, and I trotted to keep up with him. Indira joined us in the hallway as we headed to the elevator. Detective Farland didn't say anything until the doors closed, trapping us inside. He glanced at Indira's tattoos, then over at Alixant.
"She's safe. She's worked with the FBI and local LEOs before,"
Alixant said, his body tense and quivering. He reminded me of a dog on the hunt. George shrugged, dismissing Indira from importance.
"The other bodies were all found laid out in various areas of Central Park, always in secluded sections, where disposing of bodies wouldn't be hard, and normally late at night, as most were found in the morning. This one wasn't. He was posed and on display at the Penn subway station."
He narrowed his eyes at me.
"Can you handle seeing a dead body?"
I snorted. "As long as it isn't covered with crabs, yes." The in-joke made Steven smile, but both Indira and George looked confused. I didn't bother to explain. My life as a teen to a young adult with Murphy's curse up all the time made dead bodies a common occurrence. Then, I worked as a paramedic for the last 2 years. So bodies in multiple stages of decay didn't affect me. Bodies being eaten by crabs did. Even the memory of those pictures made me shudder.
"Merlins,"
George muttered as he headed out.
"Follow me. You got a light?" "And siren?"
Alixant replied.
"Good."
George jogged down the hall, yelling at one of the officers to get the squad car going, and I raced back to the Escalade, trailing Alixant by too much. I held the door open for Kirlian, who leapt in with grace I envied. I'd barely managed to slide in and get the door shut before Alixant was tearing out of the alleyway, lights flashing, following the squad car. The trip was anticlimactic. The traffic was so thick we crawled, not sped. Pedestrians, cars, and taxis all ignored the sirens and lights with equal amounts of apathy. The taxis took advantage of people slowing down for us to cut in front of the police car. I watched all of this with horror and glanced at Kirlian. I think we could have jogged there faster. I crafted my thought carefully and sent it to him.
Yes, and had more fun terrorizing people.
He replied back immediately, peering out the window. I huffed myself, but didn't bother saying anything. He was a Cath and would always be one. Human sentiments were a waste of time. Even with the traffic that cared not for our sirens and lights, we pulled into a blocked-off section of the street, with cops waving and yelling at people in under 20 minutes. George waited for us, his arms crossed, as if he'd been waiting hours, not the minute he'd been there. "I'll stay in the car. Leave me the keys." Indira offered. Steven threw her the keys as I headed after George, who wasn't waiting any longer.
"They're with me,"
he called over his shoulder as he dove down the steps, his suit coat flapping behind him like a wayward tail. I barreled after him and Alixant, but they had longer legs than I did, and they were taking the stairs 3 at a time. "Follow them. I'll find you," I told Kirlian, and he darted off. The yells and screams of surprise and shock were all I needed to figure out where they'd gone. I raced after them, the shiny chrome and filth of the station a dichotomy that made it more alien. I pushed my way through the crowds. The station was filled with people of every nationality, age, and gender, and they swirled around me like a kaleidoscope of sound, scent, and color. I gritted my teeth, moving through the crowd as fast as I could until I hit the wall of blue.
"Keep back! Nothing to see here!"
The man in front of me barked. "I'm with them!" I said, pointing at Alixant and Farland. "Merlin Monroe!" He started to say something when I heard Kirlian talk to more than me, though I didn't know who all heard him.
"Let her in. She has something of importance to do here."
The officer went white, and I saw George flinch, but he turned and called back to us.
"Brown, let her in, now!"
The officer bobbed his head, his skin still pale, and stepped away from the barrier. I ducked under and headed over to the men. Neither of them glanced my way. Instead, they were focused on the subway wall. I moved around them and looked at the display in front of them. Chapter 19. While the branches of water, fire, air, and earth are all rather well understood, the branches of spirit still prove surprising. Experiments have proven over and over that knowing how elements, referring to atoms and molecules, interact makes using them much more accurate and efficient. But when it comes to the abilities in spirit, no two experiments done by two different mages are ever the same. Magic explained. Canvas had been strung up on pipes, creating a curtain around the display that horrified and amazed me. The canvas explained why no one had noticed the installation of his death. I mean, who paid attention to people cleaning up graffiti, or, in this case, making it. Did this qualify as graffiti or art? Carl Osborne hung on the wall like a piece of art that you couldn't look away from. The file said he was in his mid-30s. His shocking white hair, obviously natural, glowed against skin tanned from wind and sun. It created a contrast that grabbed your eyes and your soul. His eyes were open, revealing icy blue eyes that stared out at the crowd, unseen. He hung like a crucifix on the wall, but instead of nail, a thin pipe ran from one arm to the other, behind his head, and slipped through the space between his ulna and radius. Instead of his legs hanging down below him, his hips were popped out, and he hung frog-legged, soles of his feet together. Dressed in a black mandarin-collared shirt, it created a sharp color palette between his hair and the dirty white tile behind him.
What kind of Merlin-blasted sicko does this?
George demanded, even as people behind him were taking pictures, their cell phone lights flashing. It's art, I said, but my voice was lost in the clamor around us. While the cops could prevent people from getting close, they couldn't block everything. The story would explode across the net in hours. I stepped closer to him, looking.
Don't touch anything,
George snapped. I won't. I didn't bother to get annoyed. I just stood, looking, both stunned by the shocking beauty and horrified that I found it beautiful. I had to swallow, and I pulled my phone out to send a quick message to Joe and Sable. Everything good here. New York City is crazy. A few seconds later, they replied, Good. Enjoy. I slipped the phone back into my pocket, their existence providing an anchor to reality.
I smell magic. Pattern.
Caroline whispered in my head, and I turned my head looking for him. He could be all but invisible when he wanted, although normally he preferred the attention. I caught a glimpse of his brilliant red, garish against the walls where he poked at a 5-gallon bucket. Magic? Where? There are probably a lot of mages around here. I glanced at the crowd, seeing the splash of color on multiple temples, even on a few cops. It might be just from someone using it, or used it. He hummed in my mind, but didn't agree or disagree. I stood back and watched, moving out of the way as people rushed to and fro taking pictures, examining, and acting like hyenas swarming carrion. I entertained myself by identifying what they were doing at each stage and asking Alixant if I didn't know. It proved informative, if a bit boring. It took 3 hours before they were ready to let me touch anything, to let me contaminate their scene. Marilyn Monroe? A voice behind me asked. I started, having zoned out. It was pushing 7 at night. I hadn't eaten since breakfast, and if it wasn't for the coffee and bagel I'd gotten in the station, I might have been removing heads. I turned to see a tech in a dark blue windbreaker with NYC Police Crime Scene Unit printed on it, looking at me and waiting. Yes? They said you can go in now. All information has been cataloged. You can't use gloves. There was a bit of disapproval in the question. Hard to sense emotions if all I can touch is plastic. Thank you. I walked towards the scene. So many things called to me. But first, I stopped by Detective Farland and Alixant.
Ready, Corey?
Steven asked. No. You realize I still might not sense anything. That I directed more to George Farland than Alixant. While I didn't mind doing this, the idea that I was the only thing linking them to the murderer made my skin crawl.
I know, but at this point we have little to lose. Try not to contaminate the scene, but we've nailed down most evidence. Not that there was much. The killer cleaned up well.
I tilted my head looking at it. It is a striking visual. George sighed.
I know. If this was a performance art and the art was alive and willing, I'd be appreciative. As it is, it reminds me of...
He faded, standing across from the remains of Carl. A crucifix? I offered. I'd seen them when I went to the church. The Catholics and Protestants still had followings, as did Judaism. But those buildings and religious iconography had never had this level of impact.
Exactly. That will bring more attention. See what you can find, Monroe. It can't be worse than what we already know. Nothing.
I didn't bother to correct him. Shutting up, I walked over to the body, even though I had a feeling that what I discovered could be worse. Carolean materialized next to me, leaning against my leg, his body heat managing to be both welcoming and too much. The subway was already too warm to be comfortable. There was little detritus scattered around. I cataloged what the display held: body, rope, vertical metal pipe, wooden horizontal support, and wooden brace. The whole thing was set so it supported his body with a minimalistic elegance. It must have taken ages to get the balance right to make it strong, yet almost invisible. Practice. That resonated with me. I pushed it away and started with the easy parts. Wood brace gave me nothing. No images at all, which didn't surprise me. It was rough cut and relatively new. It had not been exposed to anything. Same with the vertical support beam. Next, I touched the pipe. There was a small flash of frustration, but not enough to grab onto. Stepping back, I looked at it all again before taking a deep breath and touching the robe. Huh? I muttered, pulling my hand back and then touching it again. Usually I got something if I made a direct effort to look. Even from wood, there was a nothingness that meant no strong emotions. That absence, that was the norm I usually sensed from everything if I bothered to try. Only objects with very strong sensations associated with them could force themselves on me. But most things had some level of echo in them. I touched the robe again, and there was a blank, like touching a piece of glass. Smooth, and nothing would stick to it. This robe, is it silk? I asked, looking at it.
Yes, 100%. Why?
George moved closer as he answered my question, Alixant trailing.
Silk doesn't hold any magic. Actually, it's used to insulate from magic.
Alixant provided the information before I could.
Most magic won't touch it. I mean, you can burn it or destroy it, but it won't hold magic.
I never read any research as to why, but it was true. Even in the other realms, silk was prized because of that. George gave the rope another sharp look.
Interesting. Find anything else?
Still looking, I muttered, feeling my face flush at the frustration in his tone. He nodded at me, and they moved back a bit. That really only left the body. The images of me touching the victims of the rogue mage Paul Goines flashed back. They had all been subtle and lacking emotional torment, but they also had provided almost no information. Which one would be better? I sighed and touched his exposed arm, opening, asking for the information. Flesh was always different than inanimate objects, at least for me. I had to actively quest. Where with the objects, I just needed to not block the impressions, if there were any. Terror slammed into me, buckling my knees. Bracing my other hand on the wall, I kept myself from breaking contact. The need for air, clawing at me, and the impression of pawing at my throat, trying to remove an impediment that wasn't there, seared into my mind. I started coughing reflexively as I reminded myself that I could breathe. This wasn't happening to me. My vision narrowed, and someone moved in front of me, but all I could see was the gray around my narrowing sight. Then it stopped. I yanked my hand away before the cycle could start again and slumped to the ground.
What's wrong?
Alixant crouched near me and Caroline pressed against me. I swallowed, fighting to breathe normally when all I wanted to do was gasp for air and make sure I could still breathe. I'm not sure. It felt like I was suffocating. Like he was suffocating, I didn't mean that. I felt like I had been dying, willing to kill for a breath of air, willing to do anything to breathe. A shudder ran through me. I looked around for my coffee, needing to wash the fear out of my being, then remembered I'd thrown it away. Can I get a Coke, please? Alixant knew I meant a real Coke.
Yeah, give me a minute. Don't do anything.
He rose and strode away. Still surrounding us was the wall of cops and technicians, but they were a background haze as I tried to remember what I'd seen, felt, experienced.
Suffocating. Did you see how he was killed? We are still thinking he was unconscious, as there aren't any marks.
I held up my hand, sifting through the images, the sensations. I need to go in again. I need to analyze what I experienced.
Why?
George demanded, but I just shook my head. Alixant crossed back, handing me the bottle of Coke. I cracked it and took a large swig, the icy cold carbonation helping to clear my brain. I settled back against the wall, resealing the bottle, then reached up and laid my hand on Carl's foot. My lungs burned and I gasped for air, but there was nothing. Beige walls filled my vision, and my hands scraped at my face, trying to remove whatever prevented me from breathing, but there wasn't anything there. My lungs sucked harder, but nothing answered my gasps. I pulled myself back from the absolute immersion, something that had taken a while to learn how to do, and I looked at the sensations. All of this was from Carl's eyes, so I could see his hands reaching towards his face, see the vision clouding, and feel the need for oxygen so deep and primal it threatened to pull me back into the experience. I kept myself outside and paid attention to what I could see. The hallway was from his apartment, but there was nothing else. Not until right at the end, a figure moved into the narrowing vision, vague and distorted, but a gleeful smile burned into his psyche. Then everything went dark. I let my hand drop to my lap as I focused on calm breathing, and not the desperate gulps of air my emotions told me I needed.
Well, what did you see?
Prodded George. I ignored him, taking another sip of Coke and trying to get my heart rate back to normal. When I thought I could talk without gasping for air, I opened my eyes and looked at both of them. He was killed in his apartment, suffocated while awake, though he lost consciousness before he died, so I guess that was a mercy.
Damn it! Did he see the killer? Were there any other clues?
I swallowed down another mouthful of soda, replaying what I knew in my mind, but there wasn't any other way to interpret what I'd seen. Yeah, the way he was killed. His dying agony still fresh in my mind as I fought past the driving need for oxygen. He was killed by a mage, air mage to be specific. All the air around him was pulled away. He died of asphyxiation in his hallway and couldn't do a damn thing about it. Chapter 20. A number of messiahs have appeared over the last 200 years, and while most agree they were mages using the desire of people to believe in gods to make money, not all have been so materialistic in their actions. At least 3 miracle workers have been priests high in the Catholic faith, and they have always done their miracles for the good of others, adhering to the vows of poverty and charity. To this day, the Catholic Church denies that they harbor mages. However, the Vatican has never sided with the OMO, and if you take the vow of priesthood, you are never required to be tested or educated in magic. History of magic.
Blast this asshole to outer space,
Farland muttered as he stood staring at the posed body. It hung on the wall, staged for us to enjoy and marvel at. Too bad a man had to die for its creation. Art. The killer's creating art. I blurted out.
What?
Both men turned to look at me. I pushed myself up and made sure I didn't touch Carl again. I didn't need any more nightmares. Do you have pictures of the other victims? Not when they are dead, but when they are alive? George rubbed the back of his neck.
I suppose so. Back at the station. But there's nothing they have in common. We've gone over that. Different ages, genders, races, religions. They don't have anything in common.
I shook my head, thinking. Charles Wainscott, a friend from college, dabbled in art. Actually, his familiar Ericina dabbled in art. She thought it was fascinating to create things with her webs, and she delighted in creating 3-dimensional pieces of art that appeared to be different things based on perspective. Everything in her world was perspective. Can I look anyhow? I asked. The urge that was driving me to see images wasn't concrete enough for me to quantify. It was just a niggle of an idea in the back of my brain.
Tomorrow,
Alixant said.
It's late. We're all hungry, and there isn't anything we can do right now. We'll be there tomorrow morning about 9.
He directed this at Detective Farland, and I wanted to sigh in relief. The emotions had been exhausting. I was starving, and I felt filthy, inside and out.
That works. I need to score missing persons regardless.
Farland darted his eyes to me in a quick sidelong glance.
You sure you didn't see anything to help identify the killer?
Probably white or light-skinned, and good teeth without staining. Maybe too good, but that was all I could pull out. It wasn't much.
Beard or mustache?
No. That was the last definitive answer I could give him. Everything else, the answer was, I couldn't see or didn't see. After 15 minutes, he waved at us.
Go. You've got the address. I'll have passes waiting for you.
Without any more social niceties, he headed over to talk to the crime scene techs. I gave Alixant a beseeching look. I was more than ready to go.
Come on. Indira texted that she has dinner waiting for us. She checked us into the apartment. You have a choice. You can walk. It's about 5 blocks from here. Or we can get a cab.
I weighed the options, but the effort it took to climb the first set of stairs up to the surface street answered the question for me. Today had drained me more than I'd expected. Cab. Not sure I could handle walking that far right now.
On it.
We fell quiet as we got outside, and I snapped the leash on Kirlian. Not that he had stepped more than a foot or so from me since I touched the body. You okay? I asked, not wanting anyone to overhear. Not because I was worried about anyone thinking I was crazy. I just felt this should be private.
Humans are disturbing. Why kill that person? Not for food, not for vengeance. No territory to obtain. The death was done for death. That makes no sense. The Cath are not so barbaric. We kill for mates, for food, for protection, not for death.
His words rang in my head, and I wanted to hold him, reassure him, lie to him. I didn't do any of those things. We waited for the taxi, Steven talking to Indira on the phone, giving her an ETA. I don't know, but I suspect this might be more than just that. I swallowed, and even forming the words in my mind was an effort. Is death a being or essence like magic? Caroline didn't reply until the taxi pulled away from the curb, the three of us in the back. He lay across my lap, his purr noticeably absent.
Not the way you think. It is part of the universe. Not like the Grim Reaper or figure in a cloak with a scythe. It is less than magic, yet more, in that all of us go to the realm of death at the end of our life.
He huffed out an almost growl.
Ugh, this is more a question for my Malkin or Bane Jarl. I'm not qualified to answer, but I will say, even death would not approve of this.
The idea of death, anthropomorphized or not, approving or disapproving of how people died, just gave me the shivers, though there was a certain amount of relief knowing that there would not be approval. Good. But did you note anything else? His nose had levels of sensitivity I could never approach, even down to the smelling what plane of magic a person was attuned to.
Nothing that you haven't deduced. Magic from order. Not super strong. Not a Merlin. I believe a wizard, if not a hedge mage.
You think the mage is that low in power? Startled, I spoke the words.
What are you talking about, Corey?
Alixant asked, the taxi jerking to a stop at a light. I shook my head. Later. Trying to explain everything with the driver listening would have been a confidentiality breach, not to mention I didn't want any details of the murder getting out. Alixant stared at me. Long enough, I started to shift in discomfort. He nodded once and moved his attention to the driver.
Pull in, and let us out at the entrance.
The taxi pulled in, and Alixant handed him money as Caroline and I got out. I stood at the entrance to the apartment building, looking up at it. Metal and glass mixed with bricks. It looked cold and expensive. The taxi pulled away, and Alixant stood at my shoulder. We're staying here?
Apartment rental service. Since the government is footing the bill, we might as well stay someplace decent. And the cost is less than 2 hotel rooms, so no one complains.
I shrugged and followed him. Caroline kept pace with us, well enough that the leash never got tight. I expected Alixant to start asking me questions about my comments the second that we got in the elevator, but he stayed quiet as it rose upwards. On the 9th floor, it stopped and slid open. Alixant walked out, turning left, heading towards an apartment. He unlocked the door and walked in, calling out as a wave of delicious smells reminded me I hadn't eaten real food in way too long.
We're back, Indira.
Excellent. The food is ready. Warming drawers are wonderful things. We walked towards the sound of her voice. I took a look around. It was a nice apartment, done in blues and grays, the soothing atmosphere helping to wash away the stress of the afternoon. The rich smells of tomatoes, garlic, and basil went a long way to that also. Sit, you both look wiped. She set the platter of spaghetti on the dining room table, where fresh bread, salad, and 2 other pasta dishes, a carbonara penne pasta with tomatoes, already waited. Caroline was up, appreciatively sniffing at a plate of sliced beef, lightly seared, with some sauce on it.
Are you coming? I am hungry. And water, please.
Of course. That bad? Caroline didn't drink, not as much as humans did, so for him to ask for water at dinner was unusual. He also thought our wine and sodas were gross, though he didn't mind the occasional beer, IPAs only.
Dirty. Too many people. Almost scared to groom.
Laying his ears back as he glanced at his paws and sighed.
1 minute.
I heard him pad down the hall, looking for a bathroom. In unison, Alixant and I glanced at our hands.
Yes, hand washing sounds like a great idea,
he said, and I agreed. We washed at the kitchen sink, and I knew I'd need to take a shower tonight. I'd offered to see if Caroline wanted to take one also. He could tolerate it sometimes, and if he felt that bad, he might prefer it, or at least to have me wipe him down with a damp towel. Caroline was sitting at his place when we returned from the kitchen, and the four of us sat down to eat. The first 15 minutes were spent dishing up and getting enough food into our stomachs that I could at least interact with some level of rationality. "Was it bad?" Indira asked, her voice more hesitant than I'd ever heard.
Yes and no. Not really gory, but more why the person was killed and the presentation. It was creepy.
Alixant picked at his food, then took another bite.
The killer is a mage, but that brings up the comment you made in the taxi. What were you talking about?
He latched onto me with his gray eyes, putting me on the spot. With a sigh, I put down my fork. Caroline and I were talking in the car. I started flinching when his eyes sharpened. I couldn't remember if I'd ever mentioned I could talk to him, and a few others via mindspeak. It didn't matter now, so I dismissed the worry. He said he could smell the magic the mage used, but the mage isn't very strong. Maybe even hedge mage level. How? Indira asked, chasing a piece of bacon across her plate. How what? I looked at her, frowning, unsure which aspect she was questioning. How did they kill if they are a hedge mage? I swallowed back a sad laugh and gave Caroline a look. He ignored me, cleaning his claws to remove the remnants of meat and sauce on them. I'm going to be quoting other people here. No one outside of Joe and Sable knew about Bainurl and Esmir. I had to remember not to give that away. But we tend to focus on the top tier of mages, Archmage and Merlin. We don't look at how powerful hedge mages can be if they choose, especially in their strong branch if they want to offer enough. Indira and Steven both focused on me, and this time I distracted myself from their attention by reaching for the French bread. I'd written a paper on this, and I'd be able to use that to explain away my rationale. Even if Bainurl had started it by pointing out almost all sentient creatures in the realms were mages, and they were powerful in their own narrow arenas. We don't think about hedge mages as being powerful, useful, or deadly. It takes too much in offerings to do magic consistently. That is the key, using it on a regular basis. If they did that, then yes, they would run out of offerings fast. But this? I shook my head. Remember, I'm basing my supposition off of what I felt from the victim, and we all know emotions are misleading or even false. They nodded at that. It was the reason so many eyewitnesses were useless. They let their emotions taint what they saw and felt, and it could change almost anything. I think the mage pulled away all the air, because his lungs were grasping onto nothing, from either the immediate vicinity or even just his lungs. How much would that take? I bet Joe could do it for almost nothing. Me too. And to keep it away for 4 minutes? That tiny amount of volume? I didn't mention that if I asked air to be elsewhere until it got bored, it would cost me almost nothing and could last for hours, if not days. Not much, Indira said slowly, her eyes dark. You've both been on me to think about how I use magic, because we do get brainwashed. You two are forgetting that the tiniest nudge in the right place can create massive results. Alixant tapped his fork on the plate, his face thoughtful as he stared at me.
And why are you thinking about it?
This I knew how to answer, and not lie. I'd gotten very good at not lying. Caroline, he doesn't think about magic the way we do, and he punctures my ego every chance he gets.
Humans are lazy and do magic with blinders. My queens will not be so hampered.
Go on, Corey. What else do you think?
Alixant prompted, though I saw his recognition of what Caroline said. I drained the glass of water and fidgeted with the glass. The more I think about it, the more I think the killer is a hedge mage, mainly because they aren't educated enough.
What do you mean by that?
He poked instantly, but I could tell he wasn't saying I was wrong. I swallowed, wishing for more Coke to wash out my mouth. Because if I was going to do it, I would have just moved the oxygen molecules out of the way and let him quickly asphyxiate from carbon monoxide poisoning. never realizing he was about to die. Chapter 21. Arts are in desperate need of funding, while the explosion of STEM-focused degrees led by the requirements for all majors, the arts have seen a decrease in students. While there are still your occasional geniuses, even if they are virtuoso, if they are a mage, they get claimed by the sciences. House of Emrys TED Talk. My comments ended the evening. Indira showed me the bedroom she'd set up for me. She had shopping plans for the next day, while I'd be at the precinct. I crashed hard after a shower, and Caroline let me rub him down with a damp towel. I fell asleep to him grooming himself on the other half of the king bed.
I approve of this size of bed. You should get one.
He greeted me in the morning as I emerged from the bathroom, teeth clean and ready for massive amounts of coffee.
Won't fit in the bedroom.
I yawned. Not and have enough room to move around in. I pointed out as I pulled on my nice jeans, planning on wearing a tank with a button-up shirt over it. Not professional, but at least nice enough to escape disparaging glances. A lifetime of wearing suits and boring clothes didn't excite me. I'd have to come up with comfortable, professional-seeming clothes by the time I graduated. Or I could snub my nose at them all and wear what I wanted. What were they going to do? Fire me?
Yes, but Sable said she would get a new place to live. Maybe it will be big enough for a king and have a yard.
I paused with my tank top half on, trying to track the conversation. Oh, true. But I'm not going to worry about that until after it's all in place.
But a king bed. You have your half, and I have mine.
He protested as he extended to his full length, tail hanging off the end of the bed. I shook my head and finished getting dressed. Coffee was my next priority. I found the coffee maker in the kitchen, and knowing that Indira and Steven would need some, I got a full pot brewing. Digging around in the kitchen, I found Indira had made sure we had sugar and hazelnut syrup.
Coffee?
I heard Steven behind me and just pointed to the half-full pot. My mug was huge. I finished doctoring it and turned. He was dressed in slacks, but only had a button-up shirt on. No tie and no suit jacket. He caught me looking and shrugged.
I'll throw on a vest that says FBI, but I don't think they care.
Okay. We walking or taking a cab?
Cab. It's too far to walk right now. Later you can explore the city.
Steven glanced at Caroline, who had his harness on and looked official.
What else can you sense that we can't?
Caroline looked up from his paw washing, ears flicking back, then forward.
Many things, too numerous to mention.
Steven sighed.
I deserve that. I meant more, can you tell us if you smelled the killer? Or anything else to identify them?
Caroline stopped grooming and tilted his head, considering.
No, there was too much around the body to isolate a scent, but I will pay attention.
Thanks. Figured it was worth the ask. You ready?
I held up my mug and grabbed a power bar from the ones scattered on the counter. Indira staying here?
She has informed me she will be sleeping in, and then going shopping. She'll meet us for dinner somewhere if we are free.
We walked out and headed to the elevator while he talked.
We'll be in meetings and probably the morgue most of the day. I don't know if they've identified the next victim.
I let go of the distractions and brought back up the image of Carl hanging from the wall. It served to get me in the game. Do you know how many of the bodies they have in the morgue? I'd like to see what else I can get from them. Maybe some more clues about the murderer. I preferred the blunter terms. This was a murderer, not a perpetrator. It helped if I kept my anger and frustration forefront in my mind. We got outside the apartment building before Steven responded.
At least the one before. But otherwise, no. I'm sure Farland will have thought of that. He strikes me as very competent.
I just shrugged. I didn't know him enough to judge, and I wasn't sure why Carl had popped up as the killer, and I still wanted to know where his bike was. The taxi pulled up, and after telling us there would be a huge fee if my pet clawed up his car, we were on our way.
As if your people have unearned superiority issues,
he grumbled in my mind as I endured the jerking and speeding of the vehicle. You're just now figuring this out? I glanced at him, amused.
No, I had just hoped it was limited to college students. Obviously, it is not.
I rubbed my nose to hide my smile. No, though I don't know if it's a human thing or an American thing.
Ah, then we must travel to other countries to gain more information.
I think that might be fun. Maybe my draft will let me do that. I offered, thinking freedom to travel was still a way off.
Either way, there will be decades available for us to do that.
He dismissed my worries, and I let it go. I tried to convince him that as we got older, we got more fragile. I needed to have him interact with old people. The oldest people he interacted with were the Guzmans. I needed to change that. Let him see what real old, like 60s or more, looked like.
There it is, One Police Plaza.
Alixant broke into my musing, and I peered out the window to see the building sitting in front of me. It looked just like it did on TV and in the movies. A huge square building on a pedestal with rectangular holes for windows, making it look like grid paper. The brown brick was just bland and ugly, but it gave the impression of an immovable fortress, complete with barriers to even approach it. Here, the streets were less clogged as we headed into the glass area clearly marked Visitor's Entrance. The officers there scoped each of us out with unfriendly looks, and from what I could see, Alixant wearing his FBI vest didn't improve our welcome. He presented his badge, gave them the information they requested, provided Detective Farland's information, and the officers still looked like they expected us to start shrieking defiance and flinging fireballs any second. For a long minute, they looked like they were going to deny Caroline access. I stood there, torn between stalking out, pulling on my power, or staying a timid mouse. Though pulling on my power here would probably get me a bullet to my skull. Instead, I bit my tongue and tried to look professional and patient. Caroline pulled his statue impression and sat looking like a ruby sculpture, every hair perfect and impossible to miss.
What's the holdup?
I looked up at George's voice as he came into the little area where we were.
Just making sure they're approved, Detective,
the lead officer said, his voice sneering a bit. George flushed, his dark skin acquiring a burgundy tint.
Sanchez, I don't give a damn about your prejudices, but the fact that you resent the FBI or that you think mages are protected prima donnas, I have them on the list for a reason, and I want them now, so I can see if they can help us stop the madmen killing people. Do you have an issue with that?
He snarled out the last words and leaned closer to Sanchez. I watched it from two perspectives inside my own mind. One was completely embarrassed at being in the middle of all this drama. The other was intrigued by the power struggle and called out bigotry. Mages were both isolated and, in some ways, spoiled. Though I bet if most people knew what I did about them being cold via the draft, they'd be much less worried.
No, sir,
Sanchez ground out. The other officers had stepped back from the immediate conflict, but I saw too many hands on their weapons to make me feel secure.
Then give them their visitor badges and get out of the way,
snapped Farland. Sanchez dragged his feet at every step, so it took another 5 minutes to get our badges printed before we were escorted past the gates. We made it halfway to the main building before Alixant spoke.
Do I want to know what that was all about? Am I putting Corey at risk by having her here?
George sighed, a strange half growl, half huff of air.
No. Sanchez is pissed because I made detective, and he didn't. Anything involving me is done under extreme protest. Adding part of the reason I got the promotion was the FBI putting in a good word for me. And the fact that he's a borderline extreme freedom from magic follower, you got on his bad side. Thanks for texting me there was an issue. Otherwise, you would have been turned away and we would have lost even more time. He pulled open the door to the main building. Come on, I want you to see the files. Then get to the morgue. We have 2 other victims I want Marilyn Monroe to take a look at. I wrinkled my nose. You can just call me Corey. It sounds too weird to call me that. I winced a bit at how juvenile that sounded, but I'd rather be Corey. Someday, I might be Marilyn Monroe, but I wasn't yet. He slid his eyes towards me as we entered the elevator, staying for a moment on my tattoos, the ones so different from everyone else. If it's okay with you, sure. I hugged myself a bit, pretending it was the chill in the aggressively air-conditioned building, not the wonder of how many people would distance themselves because of my double Merlin status. Dragon. I will be a dragon, and they can either work with me or get out of my way. Remember, people taste crunchy with ketchup. I snickered a bit, the off-color comment making my mood lift. We have the conference room on this floor, George said as the doors slid open. I followed him down the hall in what looked like any other office building I'd ever been in. Why they always had the same bland color scheme, cubicles, and smell of burnt coffee I'd never figure out. He escorted us to a conference room with a 5-person table and whiteboards everywhere on all the walls, blocking easy view into the room. There was one other person in there, a tiny Hindu woman with a spirit tattoo on her temple and a red dot on the middle of her forehead. The uniform of NYPD officer fit her perfectly. She stood at attention when we came in, sharp light brown eyes assessing us. She might have stood 5'3", and she had a long braid that hit her belt. It had to be as thick as my wrist, and I sympathized. Joe and Sable's hair was that thick. Mine was much thinner, but I knew how much hair like that weighed. Merlin's, may I introduce? He paused and took a deep breath, then slowly, carefully said, Ani Fatima Khatun Vardahaj Thirumalachedi. He sighed and looked at her. The hint of a smile touched the corner of her mouth, and she inclined her head the smallest amount. He continued talking, a much more normal tone. The officer who has found 3 of our victims as a primary patrol route is Central Park. I just looked at him, confused, and at the woman. He shrugged. What? She can pronounce my name correctly, I should be able to say hers. A laugh slipped out, and she walked forward, holding out her hand. Call me Anna Vard, and the other reason he wants me here is my husband. Dr. Vijay Vard is one of the assistant coroners for the city. Most of the time, it's a mouthful for us, so Anna is preferred. I smiled back at her as we provided our names. Good. If all the social chit-chat is done, can we deal with the murderer on the loose? George huffed and waved at the boards. There were 10 victims up there, including Carl, all with the same morgue pictures I'd seen before. Everything else was lists of information and facts, notes about what they had in common and where their paths crossed. I looked at them closely, but they didn't tell me anything other than what I already read. You said you had some recent pictures of them alive? George cast a glance at Anna, and she turned to go grab binders from a narrow bookcase on one wall. They are all in here. Please don't take the documents out of their protective sheets. She handed me one labeled LaShonda James. I sat at the table, Caroleon taking over one of the chairs by himself. I opened up the folder, and the first picture, protected by the insert, burst out at me, full of life and movement. She was laughing, her skin as white as her teeth, ugly and striking at the same time. Her long braids a few shades yellower than her skin. Albino? I asked, looking at the black woman whose only color resided in the bright yellow and green she wore. Technically, yes. She was also mostly blind. Anna provided. I needed to lay them out, to look at them.
Is there a way I can get copies of the pictures of the victims when they were alive, so I'm not damaging your originals? Anna frowned, then shrugged. Sure, it will take me a few minutes, but we have a photo-quality copier somewhere. It won't be perfect. I shook my head. That's fine. I just need the pictures in color. Anna glanced at George, who ignored her, in a heated conversation with Alixant that was low enough to not intrude into my thoughts. Anna frowned, then shrugged and grabbed the binders. She headed out while I stared at the boards and twisted the images of the two victims in my head. Where'd Anna go? George asked, and I focused on him, not the boards. She's making pictures for me. Should be back in a while. He sighed. The bodies are at Lagone Medical Center, but it's a 15-minute drive there. Better to wait until she gets back. What did you need pictures for? I scratched my head, an old habit, and double-checked that Murphy wasn't settling around me. I might be wrong, so right now, can you let me have my wild theory? He gritted his teeth, but nodded. Great. Also, do you have any sketch artists here? Preferably one that might have been trained classically? I started to duck my head, but forced myself to stop and look him in the eye. If I didn't practice being a dragon, I'd fold when I needed to be strong. He stared at me, but rather than getting flustered or angry, tilted his head. What does classically trained mean to you? I forced my thoughts into some semblance of order. I have an idea, but I need an artist. Someone who has studied art and understands perspective and posing. And just art stuff. I couldn't articulate what I meant because I wasn't sure, but I needed a real artist, a human one. He frowned, scratching his jaw. Actually, I think so. You need him now? I nodded. Yes, and can I get a few pictures of Carl's body, the way it was displayed? George pulled out his phone, texting as he walked out the door. I'll see what I can do. Don't leave this room. I blinked at Steven. Awful protective of their space, aren't they? Steven laughed.
You have no idea.
Chapter 22. Countries tend to guard their mages with a jealous propriety, but in certain situations, they may loan out mages to other countries. This is more likely if the mage has an unusual skill or degree. Most governments encourage the odd and specific degrees as it gives them specialists instead of generalists. OMO brochure on degree choices.
What are you thinking?
Steven asked, dropping down in the chair next to me. That I'm very glad I filled my mug with coffee and that I should have gotten a pastry. I tilted my mug at him and smiled, pretending I was untouchable.
Valid, but I meant with the pictures.
Caroline jumped off the chair, spinning it hard enough that it slammed into the desk, and we both started. I glared at him. I didn't need any more stress on my heart this week.
You may never move to this city, Corey. I will not tolerate it.
He all but growled, stalking the length of the room and back again.
It reeks of lies, vanity, and deception. Nothing about this city is good. It only has the appearance of decency.
His voice echoed, letting me know he spoke to more than me, and from Steven's expression, he was included. Where is this coming from? I asked, looking around.
Can you not feel it? Even this murder is tainted with the appearance of beauty and grace, when it makes the entropy of chaos look pure and sweet.
His growl laced his words with power, and I didn't know how to respond. Do you need to get out of here? I left it there, not wanting to reveal secrets. He lashed his tail, looking at both of us. Then his head and tail drooped.
No. Malkin warned me there would be days where I did not understand or like your Earth. I had not understood what she meant.
Depending on where she's placed, and I expect the draft will loan you out to multiple groups over your service period, she may run into these types of scenarios more often than not. People are more sadistic than most realize.
Alexant sounded apologetic, and Caroline pulled the chair back so he could leap up.
Yes, so I am seeing. How can creatures capable of designing such amazing structures as your buildings and creating music that tears at the soul be capable of such foulness?
I think it is because we can do those things. We are capable of rising as high as we can sink. I pointed out. History proved that over and over again, showing just what we were capable of. And mages aren't any different.
You should be,
he said, but his voice sounded more defeated than angry. I reached over and petted him, hoping my touch would bring some solace.
So?
Alexant prodded. I'm not trying to be mysterious. I just have a wild idea, and it could be wrong, so I'd rather not say it in case it is wildly off base. I focused on my coffee cup, not him, avoiding his scowl or derisive look.
I get that. Siob's the same way.
I looked up at him, surprised at the lack of censure in his voice.
Though I have found out she is rarely incorrect. It is easier to wait than try and force her.
Siab was an entropy mage who worked with him on cases, though she'd been promoted, and now only worked with Alexant's team when he had a case with lots of forensic evidence. Last time we talked, she was loving Washington, D.C., and the fact that her one-bedroom studio was way too small for her mother to come stay with her. Before I could respond, the conference room door pushed back open, and George strode in, followed by one of the least police-like men I'd ever imagined. He was dressed in a slim-cut, burgundy-trimmed charcoal suit that brought out the olive in his skin tone and made his black hair look reddish. He looked for all the magic like a high-powered CEO of some company, down to burgundy wingtips matching the detailing.
Merlins, I'd like to introduce Pavel Zubiri, one of our primary sketch artists for witnesses.
He cast a smile at both of us.
Good morning. Detective Farland said you needed an artist's help.
I'd expected some sort of accent, but if anything, he had a flat accent that made him seem more normal than before. Expectations are dangerous. Remember that. I nodded, wetting lips that were dry with an attack of nerves. The possibility of him laughing at me was very high. Yeah, you've had classical training? He sat down with an innate elegance that made me look like a bigger klutz than I was.
If classical training means I have a master's of fine arts, then yes. What exactly are you looking for?
Anna came back at a brisk walk before I needed to answer. She set a pile of photos down on the table in front of me.
Here's what there was. Some had multiple images, others had only one. I put their names on the back with the age they were at the time of the photo.
Oh, thank you. That will be helpful. I glanced at Pavel. 1 minute. Let me look at these and decide if my idea is crazy stupid or not. I started flipping through the photos, and by the second victim, I knew my idea wasn't improbable. When I'd finished going through all of them, not a one dashing my thoughts, I turned back to Pavel, all too aware of my audience. Detective, do you have any of the pictures from the crime scene yesterday? He nodded and pulled out a dozen shots. I pulled out the one that looked like it had captured a piece of studio artwork, the shadows and lights cast across it. Hear me out, and I might be way off base, remember that. But one of my friends is an accomplished artist, and she says everything is about perception when it comes to art. At least I thought of Ericina as an accomplished artist. I tapped the picture. The wall Carl hung on almost brilliant white in the photo, when contrasting to the black of the robe. This is the first body they've found in situ, not discarded in the park. He looked at the photo, his creased brow making him look less perfect.
An impressive, if horrific, presentation. But what does that have to do with me?
I took a breath, but didn't take my eyes off his face. One by one, I laid the pictures out in order of when they were taken. The dates had seared themselves into my mind. Maybe someday I'd be immune. but for now, I was just as glad they all were real to me. First was Jamal, I said, laying down the pictures of a young man playing a pickup game of basketball, his skin the color of a light roast with mocha and covered in black and white tattoos. I'd originally thought the morgue picture had washed them out, but no, his tats were all shades of black or white. He was all arms and legs, almost to the point of looking odd. Then the killer took Carlotta. I had no idea what she'd been doing, but she was dressed in a pale yellow dress, maybe a bridesmaid, peering at the camera with the arrogance of a royal, her sharp cheekbones and hawk nose lifted from a Mayan painting. Then Rick, I murmured as I set down 2 photos. He was the youngest taken, and the image one of the worst as it looked like it came from a yearbook. Dressed in emo style, with long dark hair and pale skin, you didn't see the tattoos until I laid the morgue snapshot next to it. All his tattoos were black and symbols of magic. Pavel was frowning as he looked at the pictures. I want you to keep in mind that all of these had their joints broken or hyperextended, I mentioned, tapping the photo of Carl again. Pavel flicked his eyes up to me, motioning with his fingers for me to continue. LaShonda disappeared on her way to work, where she'd been for years. I put the picture down, her white skin on a black face arresting and disconcerting at the same time. She was found with streaks of paint on her, but they looked random. I found that picture and presented it, red, blue, green, in slashes across her face and body. Forensics say they were all done with a paintbrush. Lewis was taken about at the same time as Rick, and their bodies were found on the same day, about 50 yards apart. I checked with Anna to make sure that was accurate.
Yes, on opposite sides of a large hedge,
she confirmed. Pavel's eyes narrowed, and he moved those 2 images together. This is the one victim that doesn't make sense to me, but I'm not positive. Abram, Hasidic Jew, local here. I sat down the picture, frowning at the image of a man in his 30s, with vivid carrot red hair, full beard, and curls down the side of his face. Pavel picked it up and looked at it closer. Are there any other pictures of him? Maybe one where the beard isn't full?
Give me a second.
Anna turned and pulled out the binder, shuffling through it.
Here.
She laid down a picture of the same man, but now you could see the port wine stain from under his chin up to the corner of his right eye.
He wasn't shaved?
Pavel asked, and I shook my head, finding the morgue photo. There, the red hair looked diminished and sad, almost as if it had been leached of color. I swallowed and kept going. Then there was Ricardo. He surprised me. They shaved him for the morgue photo. I placed that down, then the one that had been in his file. The note didn't mean much to me when I saw it, but he suffered from hypertrichosis.
Werewolf disease,
Pavel muttered. Ricardo was covered in a thick shag of hair covering his face and neck, making dark blue eyes all but glow in his face. This is Layla and John. They were taken about 2 days apart, found on the same day, but not near each other. The tension in the room had risen, and I convinced myself that yelling at them to quit staring at me would be counterproductive. Layla was Middle Eastern, and with one blue and one green eye, should have been stunning, but her face was covered with what looked like acid or burn scars. John, on the other hand, could have been a movie star with a white smile, cleft chin, and perfect skin, except under his button-down shirt, he had full-sleeve tattoos and a full black, all in oriental motifs and in brilliant color. And then Carl was the last. I pointed to the image. Do you see it?
Yeah, I think I do. No idea what the poses were, but I think Carl was the only one that matched the vision.
Pavel rotated them around.
Or they already took pictures and didn't want to share. Could be either. Never can tell.
I sighed and pushed back. What medium? Photography?
Only one that makes sense. With anything else, there isn't any need for real people. Though you're right. The Hasidic Jew doesn't make much sense. I'd push that one and make sure it's part of the pattern. It is, ground out George. But I have no idea what you two are talking about. Would you care to enlighten the rest of us exactly what those bodies have in common? We've checked everything, and other than the occasional subway ride, we can't see that they have ever crossed paths, more than tangentially. Hell, Ricardo was only in town because of his condition.
Pavel looked at me, then at them.
And you know they are connected how?
There's a tattoo of a tilde above their right ear, in dark blue. It's tiny. I pulled out the picture and set it on the table also.
Yes, we know all of that. And by the way, Carl didn't have that above his ear,
George said, his accent growing stronger. I looked at him. What did he have? When he hung there, I couldn't see or reach his head, so I hadn't looked.
A funny equal sign, but it has 3 lines, he snapped. What do you think this is?
I grabbed my phone, searching rapidly, something odd occurring to me. Pavel leaned back, his accent even flatter.
Isn't it obvious? It's art.
Chapter 23.
Taking out rogue mages is usually the arena of Rogue Squad, but convincing a mage to follow the law can be much more showy. If they are breaking the letter of the law, a show of force is often provided, while a whispered comment about the consequences of breaking the law is mentioned in passing. Examples are never made twice. Keep this in mind if you choose to ignore what the letter of the law says.
House of Emrys newsletter. George looked at both of us, his lips curled in a snarl.
And what by Merlin's balls does that mean?
Pavel waved at me.
You saw it. You tell him.
I wasn't sure until I saw the other victims. The morgue photos don't tell you anything. They're so flat and ugly that there wasn't anything to go on. But look at them. They are all unique. I pointed at the picture and the grouping we had placed them in. They are contrasts and extremes. I think the killer is an artist, or thinks he's an artist. He's trying to create works of art. I capitalized the words with my hands and inflections. That is the point. If Carl had been in a museum and had not been a dead body, it would have attracted reviews and reactions. This is what an artist craves. Reaction. George, Anna, and Steven all moved over to stare at the pictures.
So, why the change in tattoos?
This is just a guess, and I really need to see if the tattoos hold anything, but a tilde means about or approximate. I looked up the other symbol after you told me. It means exact or equivalent. Pavel winced.
So those that weren't good enough were marked as almost. That's rather arrogant. Wait, the killer is marking them as almost art and is art and letting us find the ones that are art while disposing of what, the materials, when it isn't good enough?
George looked at me, eyes wide. I think so. Now look, I don't know anything, but I can tell you visually these people draw a reaction. Horror, discomfort, pity, sympathy, lust. I tapped a picture as I said each word. That screams art to me, but I'm not an artist, which is why I asked for someone classically trained. I nodded at Pavel. He might see more than me.
Oh, this is a portfolio that I could see being submitted as a project for your final, or thesis even.
Pavel confirmed.
I favor pens and pencils as mediums, but if I had submitted these as a series, it would have garnered an A, assuming I managed to elicit the same reactions. Okay, let's say you're right. How does that help us catch this asshole?
George demanded. I don't know if it does. I shrugged, feeling like I had thousands of pounds of guilt being dropped on me.
Oh, there are a few things, Pavel said, shaking his head. Start scanning missing people reports and look for people that are striking, good and bad. Anyone odd or that might make you look twice at them. Your killer obviously likes skin work, So if you start visiting tattoo artists, they might have a clue. They've probably stopped there before to talk to them.
George looked like he might pick up a chair and throw it through the glass walls. He stopped and closed his eyes, and I just knew he was counting to 10.
Thank you, Pavel. This helps with some of what we are looking for. If you think of anything else, please let Anna or me know.
Pavel rose, recognizing a dismissal as well as I did.
Will do. It was interesting.
He had an odd look in his eyes, but I let it be. If he had a new idea for an art project, that wasn't my problem. George had turned away and stared at the board. Why did you think Carl was the killer? I asked, curious about what had brought him to their attention.
He'd been in contact with 3 of the victims, and when we tried to contact him for questioning, he disappeared. So that means he and the other 3 all crossed our killer's path. Probably at the same place.
He tapped a large map of Manhattan, taped on the wall.
There's a coffee shop there that does brisk business for people passing by, and people heading into the park. He'd been there 5 times in the last 2 weeks. It's en route to his work, and he usually stopped by in the evening when he didn't ride his bike. That only happened when it was raining.
I sat back and watched him work it out.
Central Park, excellent people watching. The killer is watching near there, seeing possible art projects and either follows or marks them.
He taps the areas.
We know they are an air mage, which means illusions or at least the ability to blur details.
What did the cameras show at the subway?
All correct. Any camera coming down to this station and on the platform is damaged. We've asked if anyone saw anything to let us know, but construction and walled-off areas of the platforms are constant. No one thinks anything about them.
He turned and looked at me.
I've been doing this a while. If I had anything at all, you wouldn't be here.
I took the reproof with good grace. Mostly I asked because I was curious.
Let's use you like I need to. Ready to go to the morgue? We have the last 4 victims there. The others, especially Abram, were already claimed by family.
I rose. Sitting here accomplished nothing. And I wasn't a detective. I was a mage. My weird view of things, thanks to Erichina, had given them a clue. I couldn't ask for anything more. We headed down to the basement, where George waved us towards a black 4-door.
What, no Escalade or Crown Vic?
Alixant jibed, grinning at the detective.
Ha ha. Some of us don't get the budget of the fancy FBI. Be glad it has AC.
He said as we got in, and I was. New York just felt different. Even though it was technically cooler than Atlanta, the heat clung, feeling gritty almost. Caroline sat beside me. He'd not said anything else since his outburst. While Alixant and George chatted in the front seat, I focused on my familiar. Are you okay? I sent the words clearly, but I also made sure he knew how much I loved him.
Humans are confusing. Your concept of good and evil makes no sense. But this is worse than the swirls of chaos.
How? I remember what Salistra said about using, breaking, and then eating her toys. Her toys, which are people. He was silent for a long time, long enough that I caught bits of the conversation in the front seat, all about forms they had to submit. Who spent time ranting about filling out forms?
There is a difference. Those who become toys of ones at Tersane's level have gained their notice, usually by their actions. I have never heard of any of them taking someone who was a good person. Always there are those who use magic, twist it, and hurt others.
He heaved a sigh and flexed his claws.
Those they kill, they do as a sort of justice. I'm not sure how to explain it to you. Humans are sheltered and see reality in a way that I do not yet comprehend.
I wanted to follow up on that comment, but George was parking.
Come on, we're headed to the morgue.
Who is there? I asked, running the images of the victims through my head.
Victims 7, 8, and 9. Well, they also will have the 10th victim," he said, heading into the building from the parking space he'd whipped into. I had to jog a bit to catch up. He moved fast. Caroline stayed by my side, and Alixant followed up behind us. It felt like a rearguard situation. I didn't mind, though I didn't feel like I was in any danger. There was just as much screening and double-checking here as at one police plaza, but without the attitude. 10 minutes later, we found ourselves riding down the elevator with a Langone security officer. He didn't say much, just swiped us in and headed towards an office.
"Dr. Chun, the police are here,"
he said. A man who had grooves in his face and bags under his eyes looked up at us.
"Thanks, I'll take them."
The security officer nodded and moved away, headed towards the elevator much faster than he'd walked down here.
"Fallen, anything new?"
he asked as he walked out. His hair was cut short and going gray at the temples. He had the round face and stocky body of Chinese descent, but was as tall as Alixant.
"Maybe. We think the killer's an artist, and the last victim was displayed as artwork."
He grunted.
Haven't done the autopsy yet. I've got a backlog. What are you here for?"
"Got a Merlin. Wanted to take a look at the bodies," George replied, waving a hand at me. I smiled at the doctor, who just grunted again.
Whatever. I don't have time to escort you. You know the way. Don't abuse my trust."
He reached down and grabbed a badge, tossing it to Farland.
"Return that when done. I'm too strapped to waste even an intern with this. Let me know if you find anything."
The doctor waved at the hallway and turned back to his computer.
"I have 3 other autopsies to do before I get your latest victim. And one of my pathologists is out sick, and the other is on maternity leave. Who the hell wants to have a baby at a time like this?"
I smiled at his exasperation, but didn't say anything. We headed down the hall, and George swiped the badge at another set of doors. They slid open, and a blast of frigid air came with it. Suddenly, my summer clothes didn't seem so wise. The doors shut behind us, and we were faced with a wall of vaults, 3 tall and 10 across. They sat like safes of the dead, protecting and cutting off their contents from the rest of the world. Be it sad or practical, most morgues looked very similar. Drawers to hold the dead, cold and sterile. Part of me wanted to put streamers and balloons in here, just to make it not so depressing. But then, wasn't death depressing? Maybe, maybe not. I filed that thought and watched George scan the list on the wall.
"Here's victim number 7.
He strode forward and pulled one of the drawers open. He slid out the platform, and I walked over to look at LaShonda James, covered from collarbone to toes with a white sheet. The life that sparkled in the picture was gone, leaving a body that almost looked fake. She had the thick lips and wide nose common with the African genotype, but the yellowish-white skin, white hair and dreads, and yellow marks across her face contrasted with what I had expected to see. The black tattoo jumped out against her skin, harsh and unexpected. "She looks so sad," I said, more to myself than anything else.
"Can you see if she died the same way?"
George asked from the other side, and I nodded. I braced myself and touched her shoulder, ready for anything. There was a gasping, no light, then darkness, and it was gone. I yanked my hand back, frowning.
"What is it?"
Alixant said. "I'm not sure. Let me try again." I touched her shoulder, and again. Sudden gasping, everything dark, confusion, then darker, then nothing. I pulled away. I think, mind you, that she was killed while she was asleep. She woke up gasping for air, but there was nothing. Then she died. She never saw anything. George growled.
"Ugh, what does that do us?"
I gave him an exasperated look. I'm a mage, not a miracle worker. If she doesn't see anything, there isn't anything I can see. He growled a bit, but mostly he looked defeated.
"Anything else?"
I frowned at the young woman, wondering what she wanted to be or do, that had been ripped away from her. I wanted to check the tattoo. He sighed and stepped back.
Have at it. As long as you don't deface the body, I don't think anyone cares.
He just means that no one cares if I touch them, not that no one cares about these victims. I repeated that to myself, but it didn't stop the knee-jerk reaction I had at the dismissal of a life, of a death. I pushed it to the side as I bent to focus on the tattoo. Chapter 24. There have been complaints by equal rights groups that the penalties for mages breaking the law are overly harsh. However, few manage to have a good answer when opponents ask if they want another Ted Bundy incident again. He killed so many women, and it took way too long to catch him. He strung out the trial for weeks, telling half-truths, playing on his looks and charisma. When the chambers were packed and the judge was hearing the closing remarks, he killed every person in the building. He made their blood boil, even though he had every inch of body hair shaved off, and had a machine watching if he should do any magic. He did it so fast, no one had time to react. Since then, truth-forcing is used. The mage is kept drugged and killed immediately. Even waiting 48 hours is considered dangerous. History of magic. The tilde mark marred her ivory skin, just like the others, above the hairline behind her right ear. But long hair grew through it, and her head didn't look like it had been shaved. I glanced up at the detective leaning against a wall, arms crossed over his chest. Are you sure the killer put the tattoo here? From what I found out about the symbols, it all made sense, but this threw me off balance. I knew all too well that tattoos took weeks to heal, red and itchy the entire time because of the damage to the skin. On your face, it was enough to make you scream.
That or there's a rash of people getting these in some new underground social movement. When I asked, no one knew of one. And if it's like the semicolon thing, people would be talking about it.
I stood and stared at it for a minute. What was I missing? Nothing came to mind, so I reached down and touched the tilde. A tidal wave of emotion slammed into me. Rage, frustration, annoyance all rushed through me, then a touch of satisfaction. I shuddered as my hand jerked away from it.
What?
Steven was there at my side. I really needed another Coke. I didn't even have my coffee with me. Something about doing this coated my soul with ick. The tattoo. I shook my head and I focused on his mage tattoo. May I touch yours? His brows drew together.
You want to touch my tattoo?
I nodded. There wasn't any way to explain my confusion. It would take years to get enough experience to know what I should or shouldn't sense when I sought out sensations, and right now, I was flying blind.
Sure.
He turned his head to the side, letting me see his tattoo. The bright colors of his strengths, Kelly green pattern, and royal blue water. They seemed to clash with the dour clothes he normally wore, but right now, that wasn't my concern. I brushed my fingers over his warm skin, sensing. Nothing was there, not a whisper of emotion or energy. I can't sense anything. Do you have any other tattoos? I asked him, still trying to figure out how to rationalize what I had experienced.
No, just my Merlin tattoo. What did you sense, Corey?
He kept his gaze steady, and I wanted to throw things at him in exasperation and hug him in gratitude. I'm not sure. Are there any other bodies here that have tattoos? I had turned to George as I spoke. He pulled out his notebook to double-check.
John has a ton. The other two don't. I can ask if any of the other bodies in storage do.
It wasn't quite an offer, but I'd take it. Please? While he talked, I moved so my body was turned away, and I slid my hand into the waistband of my jeans, down to where the tattoo for Joe was. We had matching BFF tattoos, and that meant more to me than the one on my face ever would. I slid my hand over it, seeking anything, but there was no response.
Corey?
Steven prompted, but I shook my head and touched the tilde on LaShonda again. Such fierce emotions rippled through that I shook with the aftermath.
Yeah,
George said, coming through the door.
Said there's a dead ganger in there. Drawer 4. Here's a bunch. What is going on?
He didn't look like he would move until I provided some information. I can feel the killer. They are so frustrated and upset that their emotions slapped me like a whip, and I don't understand how the tattoo was created. I swallowed, but stiffened my back. I was a dragon, darn it. Any chance you can get forensics done on the tattoos? The ink and stuff.
And look for what?
He didn't seem resistant, just curious. I don't know, but regular tattoos don't feel like that, I don't think. If it was done after death, it shouldn't have hair growing through it. There should be damage to the skin. I wanted to shake things. I didn't have enough experience to know what I should or shouldn't feel. This entire process might make me scream.
Here, check out the gangbanger. At least half of his were done in prison, not via normal means.
George walked over and pulled open a drawer to a man a bit older than me, laying there. Shaved skull, normal and non-magic gangs, a teardrop under his eye. He looked like he was sleeping. While in life he had probably been handsome, now he just appeared diminished. The tats were shaky and inconsistent with the amount of color of ink. The teardrop more of a blob than a tear shape. Given the placement below the eye, there wasn't much doubt that it was an indicator he had murdered someone. I laid my fingertip on his teardrop and focused only on the tattoo and ink, having no desire to see how he died. This time, I got a trickle of something, a sense of interest and wariness. It was so faint that I couldn't say much more than that. There was something, but not like what is on the tildes. Where's Carl and the other 2 victims? Steven, to my relief, had stepped back, staying out of the way. I felt driven for the first time. I needed to figure out what was going on and see where these tattoos led.
The Vics are over here. Carl should be waiting to be processed.
Can I see him before they start? I asked, wanting to know if I'd feel anything from that tattoo.
I'll try.
George pulled open the box where John, the handsome man covered in tattoos, lay. All the ones on his body were clean of emotions, though they were stunning works of art. His memory was odd. At a gym working out, watching himself in the mirror. A last rep, and the weights clanked in their bracket, and he tried to inhale. There was nothing there. A vacuum in front of his mouth. He got up and moved, but nothing happened. He twirled, images of a home gym spinning around me, but there was nothing to breathe. Frantic now, he tried to move air towards him, but he collapsed to his knees. His eyes stared back at themselves in the mirror, and I focused on his last sights, trying to ignore the clawing need to breathe in my own chest. Everything went dark before I could be sure. I took another deep breath and reminded myself I wasn't dying. Then I looked again. There, as I stared at the mirror, I saw movement, but John never realized someone was watching. The killer was watching him. Where was his gym? George looked through his notes again.
Shared gym, in the apartment building, basement.
Killer was there. No idea if they left anything, but the killer was there. A groan was my only answer as George started texting someone in fast, short taps. Bracing myself, I touched the tilde on John's head. The same bitter emotions, anger, frustration, and something else that I couldn't put a name to. It felt like waking from a dream with ashes in your mouth where there had been hope. I shivered and stepped back. Nothing new from the tattoo, but the killer is getting them when they are alone.
How is he moving the body and not being noticed?
George asked, moving over to look at John. Even on a good day, the man weighed upwards of 180. The muscles and his structure probably meant usually it was closer to 200.
You can't just pick up someone like that and carry them out like a carpet. It would take 2 people.
Stephen shrugged.
Even a hedge mage, if they are willing to offer enough, could make the body light enough to carry. It's an advanced skill that usually wizards or archmages learn in college, but the knowledge is available if you know how to research or experiment.
George started to say something and snapped his mouth shut, spinning away.
Body from yesterday's with chill. Let's finish up here, and you can see if his tat is any different.
I nodded and let John slide back into his protective space. At least here, no one else would hurt him. George scanned the labels and pulled out the last victim. I crouched to see her as she was on the bottom row. Layla, in her late 20s, with half her face scarred with what I thought looked like acid burns. Pulling open her eyes to see her mismatched colors seemed too intrusive. Instead, I set my hand down on her shoulder and asked. Walking, the scarf fluttering against my lips, then it stops moving. I paused under the shadow of a tree, trying to breathe. Nothing. I yank the scarf away, my lungs gasping for oxygen. A woman approaches me, leads me to a bench further into the shadows. She says something. I can't hear it. All I can do is struggle for air and fight my rage. I need to breathe. Air. I feel my consciousness slipping away, and the pretty blonde woman smiles at me. What the? I fell back onto my ass, my heart pounding, gasping for breath as my lungs thought I needed the air. The room spun as I hyperventilated, unable to convince my body that the need for oxygen wasn't real.
Corey, you okay? What's wrong?
Stephen crouched next to me and reached out to touch me. I jerked away and shook my head.
Corey, hold your breath. Do it,
Caroline said in my head. I closed my eyes and concentrated on his voice.
Hold. 1, 2, 3.
He said, his voice calm as I fought to follow his commands.
Now, release.
I let loose a shuddering breath, and this time managed to breathe in slowly. I think she saw the killer. She was killed in a park area. Trees, a bench, a walking path. I tried to focus on what Layla had seen, but I couldn't. The clawing need for air driving me to distraction. Did she regularly wear a scarf? I asked, more to focus myself than anything.
Yes, she was Muslim and wore a hijab, but friends said she wore more to hide her scars than for religious reasons.
George had moved over to me, a worried look on his face, but I focused on breathing and trying to separate out the memory of her death from her physical need. Did you find the scarf? I fought not to gasp as I spoke and held my breath again. Caroline moved behind me, his warmth radiating through my cloths onto my back. It helped.
No.
I need to look again.
Corey, are you sure?
Stephen asked as I clambered to my feet, still shaking.
The others didn't hit you as hard. What was different?
Yes, I'm sure. And I don't know. She was so strong, her terror so bright, and she was so mad. I think maybe she knew, as opposed to the other two. They were confused, unsure, and focused more on the lack of breath. I think she knew it was being caused, and it pissed her off. I gazed down at the dead woman, so ugly and twisted, but you could see she should have been beautiful. How was she scarred? I touched her scars without calling up memories. Not yet. I needed to see her first.
Arranged marriage. She refused after he slapped her on their second meeting for not wearing a full hijab. He threw acid in her face when she broke the arrangement with her parents' support.
I glanced at George as he spoke. This time, he hadn't needed to use a notebook. He knew all of this. She had someone hurt her before, I said as I stared at the girl. There were days I hated people. I need a Coke after this. I muttered, laying my hands on her again and asking. It hit me again, hard like a fastball to the stomach, but I was ready this time. I pushed the physical sensations to the side, then managed to sidestep the emotions, though I could feel them battering at me. Terror, sorrow, confusion, anger, rage, all tiny knives cutting at my barriers. I gritted my teeth and focused on what she saw. The woman came from the side, and I watched her lips, guessing at what she was saying. Are you all right? Here, sit down. It's okay. A touch of a smile, not sad or sympathetic, but gleeful, was seen from the corner of her vision. But as Layla turned, it was gone, and her vision started to tunnel. All that filled her vision were hazel eyes framed by stubby lashes, then darkness. I pulled my hand away and stood, breathing harshly. It's a cruel way to die. You're suffocating and can't see why or how. Terror fills you as you fight to do something you need to live, that you've done without fail every minute of your life, and there is nothing there. Your own instincts driving you to fight to breathe. I wanted to escape this room of death, to go find the sun and drink something hot and spicy, to remind myself I wasn't dead. That wasn't how I would die. Let me finish, I said before either of them could speak. The tattoo was almost a letdown. Nothing but bitter disappointment and irritation. It was sloppier than the later ones, but still there. I think the killer is a woman, or female. Long blonde hair, past the shoulders, and hazel eyes. I placed everyone in relation to Layla as I worked through what I had experienced. She's about 2 inches taller than Layla, thin, like forget to eat thin, white, narrow face. Hair is natural color, no roots, ragged ends, like some chunks an inch shorter than others, no bangs. I struggled to pull up what Layla had seen. She'd glanced at the woman. Her own need to breathe meant she hadn't paid much attention, but she had focused on the woman's eyes. Hazel eyes, dark brown rim. I fell silent, trying to figure out how to describe what I could see.
If I got Pavel back in here, could you describe her?
George asked, his body leaning towards me. A spark leapt through me, and I looked at Caroline. Would you help me with an image push? His ears perked up, and he bared his canines.
Excellent idea.
Steven and George both looked confused, but I shook my head. I'll explain later, but I can do better. First, let's visit Carl. My depression was gone, and I headed to the door, finally feeling like I might be able to help do something. I headed into the hall and stopped, waiting for George and Steven. My body jiggled with contained energy. We'd found something. There was a clue. He led me to an autopsy room. Carl lay there, pieces of the pipes still in his arms. The image of him hanging on the wall, compared to the reality of him laying here, clashed in my brain. He looked so broken and sad now compared to the almost holy image of him previously. I shook my head, cautiously touching his tattoo. Fierce joy, completion, orgasmic pleasure, and a sense of finality. That sent a weird shudder through me, and I gagged.
What was that?
Steven asked, even as I tried to wash the feeling away. It felt odd and didn't make sense. Caroline laughed in my mind at the same time. I swallowed, needing the Coke or vodka even more now. I think she had an orgasm because of her finished work. I wasn't sure, but I couldn't think of anything else that might match. Even masturbating didn't really excite me, and the few times I had an orgasm, it didn't seem worth the effort. But that feeling, what the killer felt, matched all the descriptions of physical ecstasy I'd ever read. And now, I felt like anything approaching that might be forever sullied. I didn't even bother looking at either of the men, just headed out, my buoyant mood tainted. Chapter 25. The draft board inhabits an odd position in the government. It is not an agency, or at least not one with general law enforcement capabilities, but it is the defining authority on how to regulate and punish mages who have crossed the line without committing a legal crime. While some of their members have overstepped their authority, few are censured, as no one wants an insane mage or ruthless one loose in society. Magic explained online. I headed towards the parking area without waiting for either of them, going right to the soda machine in the lobby. I bought a Coke and a water for Caroline, who had stayed by my side. Standing outside in the hot sun, the sounds of the city hitting me with the same ferocity as the rays of the sun helped to push out what was left of my irritation. The sun and Coke went far to cleanse my mind and body of the feeling. Ignoring everyone, I poured water for Caroline into his bowl and practiced breathing. I needed to talk to Jo. I haven't heard from her or Sable since yesterday. I pulled out my phone and texted her in our group text. How goes? Had something weird happen I need to talk to you two about when I get back. Caroline's still laughing at me. Ugh. Everything good? I waited a minute, but didn't see a response being typed, so I slipped the phone back in my pocket. I'd have to talk to them later. Steven and George came out, and I followed them to the car. I said nothing on the ride back, still fighting with my excitement at a real clue and the horror at the pleasure the killer had felt. Feeling that orgasmic flush wash through me and settle in disturbed me more than feeling someone struggle for air. It made me nauseous. If anything, it should have been the opposite. But all I could do was focus on how twisted you had to be to take something that should have been shining and bright and make it into something dark and tainted. Even the sounds of chaos in my mind again would have been preferable. You need Pavel? George asked as we walked into one police plaza. Yes, I'm not going to swear I have the answers for you, but I think I have a pretty big clue. He cast me a doubtful look, but rather than argue, he led us back to the conference room. A minute later, Pavel showed up, sketchbook in hand. He settled into the chair, crossing his legs and pulling at the line of his slacks before talking.
You need me again? Another artistic puzzle?
He sounded interested, and his eyes sparkled as he canvassed the room. After Pavel sat down, Caroline jumped into the chair next to him, his body angled towards the man. Pavel flinched back a bit. The nosy cat at your side is Caroline, my familiar. He doesn't bite.
I do too. I just don't have a reason to at this time.
Pavel gave Caroline a cautious look, then glanced at me. I rolled my eyes. Ignore him. It isn't a puzzle, not exactly. I think I saw the killer, and I need you to sketch her, I said, still a bit excited, still aware that it may have just been a random stranger. I couldn't leap to conclusions when all I had was one memory from someone dying as she witnessed the woman.
Excellent.
He put his sketch pad on the table and pulled out a case of pencils, laying them open.
Shall we begin? What was the shape of her face?
He started looking at me, expectant, but the light of excitement had died away. This had gone back to being just work, and I knew how boring that could be some days. I have a better idea, if you're willing to try, I said hesitantly. Sending images and mini-movies to Bainjarl or Caroline was one thing. I needed to be very careful sending it to another person.
Try what exactly?
Are you a hedge mage? I asked this because I didn't know if him being a mage, even a low-level one, would help or not.
No.
The word was short and clipped. I sensed a story behind it, one best left alone. Okay. What I'd like to do is take an image of the woman we are looking for and push it to you. You should receive it like a picture in your head. It might be a bit fuzzy, but we can do it a few times from different angles if you need. Caroline is going to help me. Think of it as picture telepathy. His eyes narrowed.
Are you going to read my mind?
Nope, I said, shaking my head for emphasis. All I'm going to do is push a picture to your mind. I've only done this a few times, so you might need to be patient. He gave me a long look, and I appreciated him not looking to the other men in the room for verification.
Sure, why not? I mean, even if you read my mind, the worst you'd see is thoughts about my date tonight. So, what do we do?
His hands were flat on the table, tips of his nail beds white from the pressure he exerted, but his voice remained calm. Go, Caroline, I instructed, and pulled the sharpest, clearest picture I could of the woman I'd seen. I had prepared a series of 3, standing, sitting, and that smile right before everything went dark for Layla.
I am going to create a conduit between the two of you. It will not hurt, but it will let the communication happen.
Caroline spoke in both of our minds, the strange reverberation informing me Pavel also heard his voice. Pavel started, looking around. After a hard swallow, he nodded in a jerky motion.
Go, Corey,
Caroline said in a soothing tone. I quirked my mouth at his consideration. I gathered up the pictures I'd created in my head and pushed them along the pipe Caroline had created. While sending things to Bainal was like throwing a softball, knowing he would catch it, this felt like pushing my foot into a compression sock. It took wiggling and tugging, all while watching Pavel to make sure I wasn't hurting him. Then, it slipped out of my grasp, leaving me mentally stumbling as the pressure released.
Oh,
Pavel said, blinking rapidly.
That is odd. Very, very odd. But...
He paused, eyes closed, tongue licking dry lips.
But woman, late 20s. Blonde?
Yes, I hissed, clenching my fists in excitement. That's her.
Well, drawing this one will be easier than most. You sent me 3 pictures.
He didn't sound so sure. That is what I tried to do. I wondered what I'd actually sent.
Huh. One of them is like a movie clip. Interesting. Okay, give me a bit, but honestly, this will be the fastest I've ever been able to create a sketch.
With that, he picked up his pad and selected a pencil. Then all his attention was on his sketch pad.
What was that, Corey?
Steven asked, watching me intently. I opened my mouth, then snapped it shut. I couldn't lie to him. He'd sense it if he was paying attention, and I knew from the expression he was paying attention. So I won't lie. Instead, I smiled at him. It's kind of cool. I can push images. I didn't know if I could do it for anyone that wasn't like Caroline. I knew I could push images to him, like what not to eat in the refrigerator, but he said he'd help me push. I wonder if I can do it alone to you as you're a mage. I glanced over at Caroline, who was grooming his paw, ignoring me. Do I need your help to send to Steven?
Doubtful. Try,
was all he said, and I figured he was trying not to laugh at my mental gymnastics. I smirked in Steven's direction. Do you want to try?
Absolutely.
He didn't take his eyes off me while I tried to ignore his intensity, still aware of George lurking, almost dancing with impatience. I took the images I'd prepared for Pavel and pushed them towards Steven's mind. It still felt odd to feel another person with my mind, like reaching out to touch someone and feeling a cloud instead of skin. This time, there wasn't a pipe, just a string I sent the pictures down. I still had to push a little, but not hard, because they started to slide and were gone.
Huh, that is odd. Feels strange.
His eyes were closed, brows drawn together.
It feels like remembering a movie you saw. An old movie, or maybe an old home movie. But I can see her.
His eyes popped back open, and his gray eyes latched back onto me. I just smiled, not saying a thing. There were days when the promise Bainal had made us swear was a pain in the ass, but his training and friendship were more than worth it.
That's an interesting trick. How'd you figure that out?
I shrugged. Caroline can send images to me, so why shouldn't I be able to send them also? It didn't answer his question, but it wasn't a lie.
He can?
I just nodded. While Bainirl had brought up the idea, the first time Caroline had done that scared me half to death. There'd suddenly been an image of a tomahawk steak in my mind, and his demand that he wanted that for dinner. I'd convinced him to take hamburger.
Can all familiars?
I shrugged and pointed at mine, currently peering at the drawing Pavel was creating with colored pencils. Ask the familiar.
Yes, many focuses don't conceptualize words as well as I do. Images leave little doubt.
That clicked into place things that Charles Wainscott, a student and friend who also had a familiar, had said about Arachina, his familiar.
Ah, yes, that makes sense.
He sounded doubtful, but I rose to go look at the image Pavel sketched. I sucked in a sharp breath when I saw the picture. It was still a bit soft. The memory itself had been slightly fuzzy, but there was no doubt as to it being her.
3 more minutes,
he muttered. His hands flew across the page, shaping and filling in details I hadn't noticed, but as soon as they were there, they matched up.
That's a handy trick. Is this something all mages can do?
George asked as he stood near the back of the room, his hands behind his back as if trying to prevent himself from grabbing things. I don't know, I admitted. It might be more figuring out you can do it. Stephen coughed a low warning and I sighed. Possibly just those with familiars, and that's pretty rare. It sounded like bullshit to me, but familiars were still something most people didn't understand, and it seemed to work. I shot Stephen a glare out of the corner of my eye. If he didn't want people to ask questions, he shouldn't be asking me in public settings. Stephen gave me a soft nod, and I took it as the apology it was. We waited, me hoping it worked, meaning they could find her, the others anxious for information. Caroline had settled back into his chair, ears forward in a smug manner. How that cat could imply smug with his ears, I didn't know, but he managed without any issue.
Got it. I need to do one more, a full-body version, while I can see it.
Even as he spoke, Pavel pulled a sheet off his pad and held it up in the air, his other hand already starting to sketch a woman standing. I stood and looked, and there she was, more fleshed out and real than what I'd been able to see in the memories. I knew he had to have filled in stuff, or that he saw more in those few moments than I, without an artist's eye, would see. A woman in her 30s, too thin, with the choppy blonde hair I'd noted, circles under her eyes, and a sneer on her face that felt real. Looking at that, it struck me her sympathy had been the false note. The glee had been truth.
This is who we are looking for?
George asked, the paper in his hands, eyes scoring it as if he would find answers. At best I can tell. Until you get me another victim, which I would really prefer you don't, I don't think I can tell you any more than I have. I shrugged. My elation had faded. Even if this wasn't what they wanted, I was done and tired of death. Being a doctor would be more fun. Surely for them there were occasional wins, right?
Okay, I'll take it from here. Don't leave for a day or so. I'm still scoring the missing persons database and waiting on the results from the forensics on the tattoos, but that might take another day or two.
He paused and regarded me with a hard look in his eyes.
Thanks. This might be what we needed. If we capture her, you'll have to testify and maybe even explain how you could see this.
Oh, I said, and swallowed. I'd forgotten about this part of it. I might have to testify. I can do that, or at least do my best.
Good. Go. Enjoy my city. Don't get any tickets.
George called out as he texted on his phone. I shifted my attention to Stephen. Now what? He gave me a bittersweet smile.
Now, we wait.
Chapter 26. Everyone swears the Statue of Liberty was made with the help of mages, but it was constructed long before magic rippled across the world, making that unlikely. She, of all the great works, seems untouched by time or the world changing around her. May she ever be a testament to what just men can do. Freedom from magic. Steven hailed down a cab, and the three of us rode back to the apartment. It was after 4, the time at the morgue having taken longer than I'd thought. We arrived to an empty apartment, and Steven sighed. I think he'd hoped Indira would be there. It was cute.
I've got some calls to make, and Indira said she'd bring back dinner. Go explore if you want.
He tossed me a smile and headed to their bedroom. What would you like to do, Caroline? I asked, staring out the window at the city.
I do not think we have time to see this Lady of Liberty you speak of, but I think I would like to explore the city from the ground level.
We can do that. I changed my clothes, grabbing a key, and heading out after letting Steven know. The next few hours we spent just wandering around Long Island. When it got too dark, we hoofed it back to the apartment building, where Indira was unpacking dinners for us. Good timing. I hear you're free tomorrow? I shrugged. As far as I know. Hurry up and wait. Excellent. If you have nothing else to do, you and I are going to explore the stores of New York. But the Statue of Liberty, I protested. Visions of hours of tedious traipsing around stores flashing through my head. Tomorrow, I promise, and I doubt you'll find this as much of a drag as you think. In fact, given what I heard about today, you might enjoy it, Indira said, that normal, amused tilt of her lips telling me I was losing this battle. Why not? But you're feeding us. As expected. The next morning, I got my coffee fix on, and we headed out. Me in my jeans and a decent top, Indira, as always, looking like she was ready to walk onto a photo shoot. She wore dark gray palazzo pants, a loose daffodil yellow blouse, and her hair in a snood. Yes, history had made sure I knew that word. She looked stunning, and I looked like me. Those will do for now, she commented after giving me a once-over. I got a bad feeling. Caroline, you may wish to stay here. This will annoy you, and you will distract people where we are going. I wish to have their attention on me, not on you. Indira offered with a smile.
But I am where their attention should be,
he replied as he peered out the window onto the city below.
However, I do not feel like dealing with that today. I do, however, want to see the statue Corey speaks of.
Of course. Come on, Corey. We'll visit a gallery or two first, then get lunch. I waved at Alixant, who smirked at me as Indira headed out the door, and I trailed in her wake. The galleries were interesting, but I kept comparing the art to what the murderer had done to Carl. It made it an odd disconnect. When our stomachs told us food was required, the restaurant she chose was not where I would have expected. I figured lunch at some cafe, not a restaurant in the middle of the fanciest department store I'd ever been in. We were ushered in, treated like royalty, and settled down. I felt decidedly underdressed. Why are we here in Bergdorf's? I asked, my voice a whisper as I looked around. Because I need food, and they have an excellent menu. Yeah, but what are you getting here? I persisted, even as I looked at the menu and realized I wanted all their offerings. I'm getting you clothes to make sure you know how to impress people, she said as she set down her menu. Wait, what? My voice squeaked upwards to an embarrassingly high pitch, and I shrank back as people looked at me. Indira raised a finger, and I snapped my mouth shut. The waiter took our orders and returned with Coke for me and a champagne glass and pitcher of red-colored mimosa for Indira. She let him pour, and then he left to fill our lunch orders. When he left, she smiled at me. Remember the conversation we had about you deciding you wanted to make them choke on you as opposed to treading on you? This is the first step. Assuming you still wish to follow that path, it is not an easy one. She picked up the champagne glass and admired it before taking a sip. That wasn't the way I would have phrased it, but my desire to be a dragon instead of a timid mouse could be boiled down to that. She had a way of phrasing things that always sounded so different than in my own mind, while being essentially the same thing. Yes, I said slowly, not sure what that desire had to do with taking me shopping. The first way to get anyone to treat you as a power in your own right is to convince them you are someone they need to take seriously. She paused, taking another sip of her mimosa and smiling a bit. There are ways to forge your own way with your own style, and to force them to meet you on your own terms. But it takes a lot of energy and time, not to mention scars. People tend to beat you down, hoping one of these times you won't get back up. I looked around at the men and women sitting in the restaurant. They all looked much more important than I did, and it clicked. I was slow at times, but not completely stupid. You're saying if I look like someone they should respect, it will help when I'm proving I won't let them push me around? Oh, it won't do miracles. Assholes will still be assholes. But it'll make people stop and think. First impressions sink into your hindbrain, and people don't always realize it. You need to wear clothes that scream. You know how to use what is tattooed on your temple. Make them think about who they are dealing with. Right now, you look like a young, impressionable woman, and that is not something you can afford for anyone to think. She focused on her drink, and I thought about her words. She was right. I couldn't afford to have people assume I was young and naive, even if I was. I don't like dresses particularly, and the stuff you wear is way too fancy and flowy, I said, but I wasn't disagreeing with her. I figured as much. That, and you are much younger than me. It would make you look like you were playing dress-up. Instead, I'm thinking about the rock stars and young divas that scream power when they walk into a room. We can make it so you enjoy wearing the clothes, though you do need better support garments. The way she said that made me shift in my chair. I liked my cotton. It was comfortable and absorbed sweat. Trust me, Corey. I know you have multiple valid reasons to have doubts about me, but if you can break their hold on us, get them to treat mages a bit better, it is worth everything. I stared at her, not sure what to say. From everything I'd read, mages were treated well. I, for sure, would make much more as a mage than I would have without being one. What else didn't I see or know? The waiter returned, and we fell back to normal talk. Well, clothing talk. She quizzed me about colors, laundry habits, styles, what I liked and why. By the time we were done, I almost understood my own desires when it came to clothes. I needed to be able to move, having things that for everyday wear could handle blood, but I liked soft and drapey for fancy or business stuff. While realizing my constant magic was burning calories and addressing that had increased my bra size, I'd never be Joe or Sable. I was perfectly happy with full B-cups, but it meant I still needed a bra, and I liked being more active than not. Having a big bag to carry around that occupied my hands annoyed me, hence backpacks. It turned out to be an interesting conversation and made me realize how very much we don't know about ourselves. We finished lunch, which was excellent, and Indira paid to my internal wince. Come on, I have an idea about your style. Let's go meet the shopper who's waiting for us. The what? Shopper? The term made no sense at the moment, though I did follow her. She laughed, and I watched with amusement the men and women who turned to follow her with their eyes. What was even funnier was about half flinched when they saw her Merlin status, and the other half got even more interested. All were reactions I could live without. We were ushered into a nice room with a small raised area surrounded by mirrors, a curtained dressing room off to the right, and an empty rack next to another archway. It was done in neutral beige, and the lighting was almost a perfect match for the brightness of a sunny day. 4 nice club chairs in white and gray stripes, each with a little tea table next to them, were on the wall facing the mirrors. Standing in the center of the room, a young man waited for us. He was dressed in a sharp suit, his hair in a tasteful poof, and he could have had "gay" in neon letters above his head. I don't think, outside of a drag show Joe and Sable talked me into, which was excellent, I'd ever seen someone so obvious about their sexual orientation.
Ladies, I'm so glad to meet you. My name is Gar, short for Garfield, and your appointment is with me. It will be my pleasure to make all your apparel dreams come true.
He waved his hand and all but blinded us with his smile as he welcomed us into what was obviously his domain. His over-the-top dramatics made me fight giggles.
Thank you, Gar. I'm Indira Humbert, and this is Corey Monroe. The appointment for a dresser is for her.
She smirked at me, and I resisted the desire to roll my eyes.
Ah, I get the privilege of dressing a Merlin. How exquisite. This will be a fantastic journey.
He positively gushed, and I just stared at him. I really wanted Joe to be there so I could ask her a question, but she wasn't, though I vowed to sneak a picture of the man. But since she wasn't here, I needed to ask him the question. Are you for real? I mean, my best friend is gay, but... I was cut off as Indira clapped her hand over my mouth.
Corey!
She gasped. I narrowed my eyes and licked her palm.
Ew!
She ripped her hand away, glaring at me.
I apologize for my uncouth friend. Do you have a towel I can wipe my hand on?
Gar, for his part, was standing there, hand over his mouth, and I couldn't figure out if he was outraged or not. But I didn't get the shouting one's sexual orientation. It made no sense to me. He stepped over, pulled a tissue out of a box, and handed it to Indira, who looked mortified. I was still curious. So, real or over the top for tourists? At this point, he started to giggle, the sound slipping out from behind his hand, filling the room. He dropped his hand, a smile on his face.
Yes, more accurately in New York. I get to be the meest me there. And yes, the tourists enjoy it.
Corey,
Indira moaned, and I gave her a sideways glance. She had her head bowed, fingers touching her brow, a look of pain on her face. I shrugged. Okay, I was just checking because it struck me as a bit too much theater.
Of course, this is New York,
he said and waved his hands around the room.
Where else should theater happen?
He grinned and winked at me.
So, now, how may I address you two lovely ladies?
At that, I pointed to Indira. All her. She has some idea about how to make me look impressive, or at least not young and naive. He ran his gaze down my body and back up. There was nothing sexual about it, but I suspected he knew my bra and pant size by the time he was done.
I see. I doubt you are naive. Maybe overly optimistic about people?
She wears rose-colored glasses all the time and is way too internally focused to see the world around her as it is. Thus, I'm looking for clothes that make people see her as powerful and smart, not young and malleable.
Indira had lifted her head and was staring at me, exasperated. I just shrugged. It had been a performance, one I wanted to verify.
I think I know a way to do this, but you'll need to teach her better hairstyles also.
His eyes narrowed. He walked around me, not touching but inspecting my hair intently.
Chignon, twist, and even a tight bun will all be improvements. For field work, learn to do a fishbone weave. It will look effortlessly elegant, but keep your hair out of your face. Remember to always offer from the bottom up, not these random strands. Your cosmetology magic class should have taught you that.
I fingered my ponytail, a bit self-conscious at them talking about me like I wasn't there. It did, just random is easier, and I know how to do a basic French braid. He nodded sharply.
Good. Take the time to learn some fancier ones. You said you had a female friend? She a mage too?
Yes, Both her and her girlfriend, I admitted, not sure where this was going.
Excellent. Then I will make sure to add a book on braiding to your bag. Learning how to do plaits and other braids will be both a time saver and give you multiple hairstyles you can choose from without taking too much time or effort once you get practice. You can practice on your friends, learn to do it on them first, then switch to doing it on yourself. You can never tell when the ability to whip up a fancy braid will be a lifesaver.
He spoke with brisk efficiency. Make it 2 books, please. I could stand learning. Indira interjected, as I felt like a fire hose of information had been pointed at me.
Of course, Merlin Humbert. Now, Merlin Monroe, where are you in your career? Draft or still in college?
Indira arched an eyebrow at me as she sank into one of the waiting club chairs, watching, judging my performance. It's just Corey, I said, still tugging on my ponytail. And college, master's, then doctorate. Gar paused and glanced at Indira, then back at me.
Do you want to learn how to make people take you seriously? How to be treated like a Merlin, with a bit of trepidation and fear?
His voice was serious, and I felt like I'd stepped into another world, one that made no sense to me. I started to shake my head.
Yes, she does,
Indira said with a sigh of exasperation.
She doesn't know it yet, but she does.
Gar smiled. It was amused and proud at the same time.
Then we'll start now. I've been doing this for a long time, and I've dealt with people from all walks of life. It's interesting what you see when you work in service, especially for Bergdorfs. Never allow someone to use your first name unless you want to seem to grant them a favor. If possible, make them call you by your full title, either Miss, Mrs., or Merlin. Merlin is the best option in any situation where you are there because of your magic. It reminds them every time you are someone they need to take seriously because you have real, demonstrable power.
But I don't want to hurt people, I protested, but I couldn't deny what he said.
I'm ecstatic to hear that,
he said, a quirk to his lips.
But that won't always be the case. Formality has a power all its own. Use it. So, Merlin Monroe, you are still working on your master's. Will you be working with the OMO or government prior to starting your draft?
I nodded. Yes, it's why I'm in New York. They pulled me in. I watched him and processed everything he'd said. I suspected if Indira had said it, I'd have resisted more. But he stated everything as fact, rather than like he was trying to make me into his idea of what I should be. He murmured and walked over to a small desk in the corner to pick up a printout.
Merlin Humbert, you sent this?
Indira nodded. We talked over lunch, and I pulled it out of her. She is very opinionated, but you often have to dig to pull out the opinions. Gar looked at the list and nodded.
This is doable, and I will make a list of pieces she should look for to add to her wardrobe.
He shifted his gaze to me.
Remember, impressions are a type of power, and you want people to treat you like a very expensive, very dangerous weapon. Don't ever let them forget or think you don't have your own agenda, unless, of course, you want them to think of you as naive and impressionable.
He smirked a bit at the last sentence. A dragon. The comment slipped out, and he nodded. I heard Indira muffle a laugh.
That is an excellent analogy. We shall make you into an emerging dragon. If you will give me a while, this should be fun. I'll have someone bring you some more mimosas.
He disappeared in a whirl of pale blue linen, and I turned to stare at Indira. Why?
Because I damn well want to see the dragon shove people in their place. Remember the death rate Steven told you about?
She had no amusement on her face. I nodded, all too aware of how many mages died in the draft because they weren't willing to toe the line.
They are going to be looking for reasons to eliminate you. You are dangerous. I want to give you every weapon possible
to make sure they think twice before doing anything. Chapter 27. Alice in Order is still beloved even though most believe Charles Dodgson was a pattern Merlin who avoided being registered. The story of Alice in a world full of denizens that match much of what we know about those that inhabit the realms makes it almost a certainty that he had visited there. The question then becomes, how much of the story was created for children, and how much was what happened? But it also raises the question, did Charles visit, or was it actually his daughter who made it into the realm and back? And what happened to her afterwards? Magic Explained Online. I sat down next to her, all the information tumbling about in my mind. Spirit mages are rare, but they aren't that rare. I took a deep breath. Indira, why am I really here? For this case? Now? Indira examined her hands very carefully, but I didn't move or let myself get distracted. Indira? She huffed out a sigh and stood, pacing across the room. Yes, there are other spirit mages who have been brought in. No spirit Merlins, though. And soul isn't that rare. There are others who would have a strong soul as their extra branch. I kept prodding. Something had felt off about this the entire time. She didn't look at me, instead stared at her reflection. I watched her face, wondering what she saw in her own eyes. No, they were pretty sure it was a mage. They had gotten that much out of the bodies, but the woman aspect, art, and especially her image were new things that you discovered. The mages they were working with couldn't break past the sensation of suffocating. One had a heart attack in the middle of it, leaving the police stuck. That much is all true. You, however, were able to push past it and not go into immediate panic attacks at the thought. Indira turned, locking eyes with me. That impressed everyone. The other mages refused after the first immersion. Oh. I considered that. It had been scary, but I knew it wasn't really happening. Therefore, I could overcome it. Something else to think about later. But they knew about the tattoo being odd and already had information about it? I prodded. It made no sense for them not to. Yes. She started, then broke off as a young woman brought in a mimosa. I should have asked for whiskey, she muttered as she accepted the glass. The woman left, and I just stared at Indira while she took a drink. Finally, she looked at me. You really should be asking Steven. I only know what I've gleaned from his comments. But yes, they had ideas, though I don't believe any of the other mages ever tried to get anything from the tattoos, so that was new. But mostly, the draft board ordered a trial for you, to see if you could work with others, or if you were too arrogant, too full of yourself. She drained half the mimosa and slumped down. The tales of your exploits have been widely repeated. I just figured maybe I could be a buffer, or at least make it a bit more fun for you. She looked oddly defeated. Why would they think I'm arrogant? I protested. Am I arrogant? She snorted. You teleported to Japan. You're powerful. Very. And most Merlins are arrogant. They can do things most mages only dream of. Then add in your familiar. They are basing their expectations of you on other Merlins. You've met a few now. How would you characterize most of us? She pointed to herself with that. Arrogant. I sighed, seeing her point. How much more of this should I expect? She gave me a bitter smile. More than you want. Hence why we are here. This will help start level setting, and maybe keep you alive. Just then, Gar bustled in, his arms filled with a riot of colors. Ladies, I believe I have items that will satisfy all your needs. Shall we? He hung the clothes on the rack as he spoke, glee on his face. I got ready to be embarrassed and made into a dress-up doll. It turned out to not be as bad as I thought, though Gar was amused that I didn't care if I stood there in the underwear and bra he'd found for me. I just shrugged. It covered more than the swimsuits Joe wore, and the amount of time I would have spent going back and forth behind the curtains was stupid. By the end of the afternoon, I had what he called a capsule wardrobe, along with explicit, written instructions on how to build on it. And I had to admit, I looked more the powerful young politician figure than a college student. I'd taken pictures as we went, sending them to Joe and Sable, frowning more each time when they didn't reply. But if they were busy exploring, they might not have phones with them. 2 pairs of jean slacks, which I loved. They fit like slacks, but were heavy and felt like denim. One in dark gray, the other black, plus 2 pairs of designer jeans. 3 short-sleeved silk shells in blue, burgundy, and green that draped at the neck, but they didn't pull or tug, plus they were stain-resistant, and he swore I could wash them in the sink with little effort. 3 soft-knit V-neck t-shirts in gray, burgundy, and green. 5 sets of bra, panties, and camisole sets that cost more than my laptop, but I had to admit they made a difference when I wore them. Each of the sets included 3 panties, all slightly different, yet still matching the bra and camisole. A simple black jumpsuit in a brocade silk with flecks of burgundy and green. That one needed to be dry cleaned, but as it was my special occasion outfit, I could tolerate it. 2 light suit jackets and something he called a Chanel style, but they weren't bad. One in black, the other in a silvery gray. A knee-length cardigan in a blue-green geometric that still looked elegant. He proved it would go with everything without an issue, and it brought out the colors in my tattoos.
I admit you are lucky in that you have a body shape well suited to the current styles, though I'd like you to find a few burgundy pieces as you explore the world. Here are the last 2 pieces you need. 2 pairs of low-heeled boots and this silk overvest.
He pointed to the blast of color left on the rack. It was one of those I hadn't tried on yet, both attracted and repelled by the brightness. It had green, red, yellow, silver, gold, burgundy, and blue splashed through it, in an abstract pattern that draped to mid-thigh. It looked like something you would wear to a Renaissance fair, but it was too nice, too elegant. It went with and over everything, even the jumpsuit. I couldn't decide if I wanted to wear it always or never put it on because I didn't know if I could be that woman. "You sure? Put it on, or I'm stealing it," vowed Indira, looking at it. "And you don't have another version of this?" While she argued with Gar, I took a pic of it and sent to Joe and Sable. Yay or nay?
"Here, put it on."
Gar handed it to me. I sighed and set my phone down, then slipped it on, still dressed in the dark gray slacks and the blue shell.
"Now look at yourself."
I'd become way too familiar with those mirrors over the last few hours, and I pivoted and froze. A woman, elegant in a riot of colors over her slacks, hair twisted back in a chignon, stared back at me, her gaze surprised. "Wow," I whispered, then slowly smiled. "You're right. This is the perfect addition." I turned to look at the pile of keep clothes and swallowed. "So, how much do I owe?" Gar arched a brow, then shot a puzzled glance over to Indira. "You don't owe anything, Corey," Indira said, her arms wrapped around her stomach. "Call this a graduation present. You pulled off something an awful lot of people never thought you could do, and something people tried very hard to make sure you couldn't. Think of it as a penance from those of us who doubted you. Including you." I carefully took the vest off, wanting to wear it. "I didn't think you'd make it out alive. I'm still not sure how you did. Magic must have been looking out for you. It's the only explanation I have. So yes, this is penance and a gift. You deserve both." I started to protest, but Gar clapped his hands.
Excellent! Now that's settled. Marilyn Monroe, would you like to wear that out?
I froze and looked at the woman in the mirror. The confident, powerful woman with her tattoo on display for the world to see, and the colors of the clothes she wore making it pop. Yes, she would. This time Indira was smiling, and I gave in. I reached for my phone and took a picture, sending it to Joe. The new me. Thoughts? I stared at the phone, waiting for a reply, but instead a chime from someone else made me jump and almost drop it. I flipped back and pulled up a text from Steven.
Have suspect in custody. Want to see her? Could use truth forcing.
I wanted to see her, but grimaced at the truth forcing. I could do it. Forcing truth always felt slimy in my mind, and it took a lot out of me. The soul teacher thought no one would be able to resist me if I ever really tried. Or they would break. Breaking people didn't sound like fun, and I avoided it. There was something slimy about pressing my magic against someone's mind like that. Usually just telling someone you knew they were lying was enough. But if she was only a hedge mage, maybe it would be easy. Indira? I showed her my text, and she nodded.
Excellent. You can wear that and see if you notice a difference in how people respond.
Her smile was positively evil. I looked in the mirror again and smiled at the woman staring back at me. Okay. Gar heaved a heavy sigh.
Oh, I so love transformations. Best of luck, Marilyn Monroe.
He gave me a warm smile and a bow of his head.
I'll get everything else ready.
Can you have them sent to this address, please? Indira scribbled on a piece of paper. It's where we're staying while in town, and add in a garment bag. She doesn't have anything to pack those in.
Of course.
He handed her another piece of paper, and she scribbled on that, while I kept sneaking glances of myself in the mirror. I didn't know the woman I saw there. She looked like a dragon, full of color and strength. I wish Joe and Sable could have been here. That thought prompted me to take out my phone and snap another picture, sending it to them. So, I attached it and sent the image and the text. They were going to get so much teasing from me when I got back and found they'd been having so much fun they forgot to charge their phones. A niggle of worry hit at the back of my mind, but Indira called my name. Ready, Corey? I took one last glance at the mirror, straightening, the low heels on the boots giving me an extra inch of height. I think so. Her smile warmed me all the way down.
You look wonderful, Corey. Are you sure you enjoy wearing these clothes? Trust me, it doesn't matter how wonderful you look in them. If you don't feel wonderful wearing them, you never will.
I shook my head as we strode out of the little oasis of fashion and self-confidence. No, I like this. It isn't what I would have chosen, but I couldn't figure out what I felt like. Not me wasn't correct. Neither was someone else. I felt like a dragon, or at least like I could be a dragon.
I get it. Well, I had my issues with my parents. My mother taught me how clothes could be as much a weapon and armor as anything else.
Her voice was sad and a bit wistful. I glanced at her, but I caught a reflection of us, and what I saw there redialed my thoughts. 2 elegant Merlins were standing there, looking like the world should move out of our way. I'd almost gotten used to how the new image and reflections and Indira always looked amazing. What threw me were the people watching us. I stumbled, causing Indira to grab my arm to keep me from face-planting.
Corey?
She asked, concerned in her voice. I shook my head, breaking the image. I'm fine, just got distracted. And I still was. The looks of admiration and hunger for both of us seared down into my soul, and I didn't know if I could live with looks like that. But then again, dragons are either feared or admired. If I was going to be a dragon, I'd better get used to it. Chapter 28. More and more people are adopting long hairstyles and nails to appear to be a mage. Have pride in yourself. Magic is not what you should aspire to. Aspire to be the best person you can be. Mages are slaves to their own powers. Freedom from magic. A taxi was waiting for us as we exited Bergdorf's. Paying more attention to the quality of the seats than ever before, I was relieved to think I might make it into one police plaza without damaging or staining my new clothes. Our ride was quick and quiet as I wrestled with my inner thoughts. The occasional glance back from the cabbie didn't help my equilibrium. The lust and fear in his eyes made my skin crawl. Something else I'd need to talk to Indira about later. How did she deal with it, and much less seem to thrive off of it? We stepped out, Indira paying, and heading up the sidewalk. "Steven, over here," Indira called out as we approached the visitor's entrance. He turned and went stock still, his stare burning into me. With slow precision, his eyes traveled up and down my body, but I just made myself stand straighter and give him a slow smile back.
I don't know what I expected, but I'm impressed. You look dangerous,
he said slowly, still staring at me.
No one would doubt you are, Merlin.
That made me blink, and I tapped my temple with the tattoo blaring out for everyone to see. And they would have doubted before?
No, but before you looked like a college student playing dress-up. Now, you look powerful, strong, like you have the knowledge to use what that temple implies.
He shook his head.
Come on, here's your pass.
He handed us new passes with the current date on them.
Here, Indira, you might as well come also.
We put them on and trailed into the building. Steven had his FBI jacket on with his badge around his neck, which made me wonder what else was going on. But I didn't ask, instead watching how people reacted to us. It was eye-opening. The cops who before had glanced at me and dismissed me, something I thought I'd preferred, now looked at me and stood a bit straighter, moving out of our way. My throat was tight by the time we hit the elevators. This could be dangerous. Do I want this?
They have her in holding. You sure you're up to this?
He asked as the elevator doors started closing, and he pressed a button. Not even remotely. I don't like truth forcing. It makes me feel like I'm coated in slime. I answered, bluntly honest. This spell they only taught as needed, and from what I'd heard from the other 2 psychic archmages in my class, everyone felt or did it differently. Some did it by reaching in and grabbing the information from their subject. Others forced the victim to talk. Some were subtle and smooth. Others like sledgehammers. And none of them, not the professor or even Bainurl, could reach into my mind or make me talk. Caroline had smirked and refused to explain why, but I could pull in information out of the other students with an ease that made me nauseous. Unlike my human teachers, Bainurl had made me practice forcing out the truth. Joe and Sable were easy. Bainurl was difficult. Esmir? Well, let's just say if I ever did it in reality on her, she'd kill me.
Tough shit. We need to know if she took the 2 missing people. We think they meet her criteria.
Steven said, no sympathy in his voice. You know if she did, they are probably already dead. I pointed out and cringed as the doors slid open and that word came out, echoing down the corridor.
Probably, but their families are hoping.
He strode down to a guarded, secure door. I sighed and followed him, working hard to not trudge. Gar had insisted that people of power didn't trudge. Faster than I liked, I was standing at a one-way window in a claustrophobic room, looking at the person I'd seen in Layla's last moments. Thin enough her skin looked like canvas pulled over her bones, ashy, frizzy hair with lopsided chunks missing from the bottom, and glasses that magnified wide eyes that stared straight ahead, ignoring Detective Farland as if he wasn't there.
He's been in there for over an hour. She hasn't said one word.
A man monitoring the electronics said. Through the speaker, I could hear George haranguing her, but she didn't even pay attention to him. There was a Mona Lisa smile at the corner of her lips. They have any proof it's her? I mean, besides the pictures? I asked, even though I knew it was her.
Forensics is still going through her place, but they identified her by hitting a few tattoo shops. Apparently, she went around there a lot, asking them about customers. Most didn't talk, but they said they'd see her hanging around, listening, even though they swore she was too far away to hear what they were talking about.
Air. I sighed. Eavesdropping was a common habit among air mages. George slammed his hand down, and she barely flinched. He stood up and stormed out the door, slamming it behind him. A moment later, he yanked open the door to the room we were in and shut it much more sedately behind him.
Nothing. Merlin, I'm not even sure she's there.
He looked at me, eyes hard.
Go in there. Get the answers to these questions out of her.
He shoved a folder towards me. Excuse me? I was thrown off by his change in behavior, and he just snarled.
You heard me. Go do your job.
I bristled, and my reflection in the one-way mirror added steel to my spine. My job, as you call it, is going to college to get my degree. I don't work for you, and technically I haven't started the draft.
Corey,
Steven said warningly. I held my hand up to him. No, I don't have to be here, and if he keeps up acting like you did, I will walk. George gritted his teeth and took a look at me, a hard look, and sighed.
I apologize, Merlin Monroe. Would you please see if you can get the answers to these questions?
He handed me the file again, without the anger. I nodded after a moment. I will try. I took the folder and walked out of the room, shaking with delayed annoyance. I was so tired of people telling me what to do, and not even bothering to ask. You didn't yell at dragons. They tended to eat you. I stepped into the room, and the woman didn't even look up. I pulled the chair all the way to the wall. There was no way I was risking her touching me. I had a very good idea that I had no desire to sense her thoughts or feelings. This was going to be bad enough. The form had nothing but questions. I didn't even know her name. Fine, I'll do it my way. The questions were all stupid ones, not the important stuff. Instead, I'd ask the important stuff. Are Jasmine Bell and Scott Lord still alive? She didn't even look at me, just stared at the wall, rocking slightly. I reached out with my magic, feeling the millimeters of hair vaporize. Answer me. I upped the magic in my command. Her mouth opened.
I don't know who that is.
Truth. It rang through me, and I tilted my head. A nausea started to form in my belly, but I changed the question. Did you take any art equipment after the supplies for the crucifix in the subway? Energy washed over her face, but she still didn't look at me.
Yes, 2. This is my best piece yet. I can't wait for critics to see it.
I swallowed hard. Is the art completed? I didn't even need to put magic into the question. She was nodding with a huge smile, but her eyes wouldn't meet mine, and she kept tapping out patterns on the table.
Yes, it is stunning. The world will know my vision.
Where is it?
Secret. Can't tell. Soon it will be found.
She was still not looking at anything but the wall. I put magic into it. Tell me where. She frowned.
It's not time. Time must be right. It isn't time.
Tell me. I put magic and power in each word. Her head shook back and forth in a rapid staccato, but I didn't let go, and I pulled the information from her. I wish it had been harder, but it took barely any offering, mostly focus.
40.79 by -73.95.
She stuttered, and an image came with the word. Green, lush, water falling, an array of leaves, already dying, shielding something. Where is your studio at? That would be what they needed. Where she did her art, where she broke and moved bodies. Sobbing, she gave an address, and I rose and walked out the door. As it shut behind me, I could hear her muttering,
"It's not ready yet. Can't see it yet."
George was on his phone as I walked in.
What do you mean you have no idea how to find a place based on coordinates? Figure it out!
It's someplace green with water and leaves, if that helps. I offered. George nodded sharply, relaying that information. So, now what? I asked.
She'll be drugged until trial, then executed. We verified she's a high hedge mage, but while her pales were borderline non-existent, she was almost strong enough just in air to qualify as a magician.
George had hung up and handed me a file folder with papers and the woman's picture.
Her name is Kelly Warren.
I nodded. The penalty for killing with magic was death. The penalty for most felonies if you were a mage was death. There was a good reason for that.
We might need help to get her sedated. She is resisting.
Actually, I think she's a high-functioning autistic. Watch her. She's stimming. She doesn't see the victims as people, just art supplies. I said, as I watched the woman who had already signed her own death warrant, though there would still be a full trial. You didn't want to miss accomplices or have the wrong person. It had happened before. There were no appeals for mages. Ever.
Not my problem. She killed with magic,
George said.
I'll need you to go back in. We will have more questions, but we need the prosecutors to get here and a defense attorney.
He called someone else on his phone before I could respond. I glared at Indira and Steven, both of whom just shrugged. My phone rang before I could say anything, and I answered it without looking. Yes?
Corey.
Marisol's familiar voice came through the line, and I felt my anger fizzle out before it could flare into a bonfire. I moved over to the opposite corner, pressing the phone tighter to my ear. I loved Marisol, but she rarely called. Usually I called her. Marisol? Is everything okay? The dread that had been building in my stomach for the last 2 days started to swell.
I don't know. Is Joel with you?
I shook my head, then remembered to answer. No, she's at the house with Sable. Why? I heard an exasperated huff.
I can't get a hold of her. She was supposed to call yesterday with some information about a job Henry's working on, and she didn't call. I called yesterday evening, and then 5 times this morning, and it just goes to voicemail. I thought maybe she was with you.
Let me see if I can reach her. 1 minute. I pulled the phone against my chest, eyes closed as I sent a message to Caroline. Caroline, are you there?
Sleeping. Warm.
His drowsy voice came back, and I could hear a hint of a whine at my disturbing him. Can you reach Joe or Sable? I put a bit of urgency into that thought as I waited.
You have phone. Call,
he said, but I could hear a more alert tone in his voice. Marisol has been calling. I've been texting, but no reply. Can you, please? I could talk to them if I could see them, but he could talk to them from other places, just like he could to me.
Moment.
He fell silent, and I waited, aware of Marisol on the other end of the phone.
Corey, I can't get to them. In fact, I don't know where they are.
What do you mean? I was glad we were talking via MindSpeak. I didn't know if my voice would be steady with real words.
They aren't here. I can't find them anywhere on this planet.